Hey, what's up? How's it going, everybody? I think I've distinctly underestimated the sheer amount of dialogue that it's going to take to finish this actual, like, finale quest. It might be a bit. In any case, just gotta make the I am now live tweet, and we're good. How's everybody doing? Man, I don't remember half of these people. Final Fantasy? Very true. I mean, like, who the hell are these two guys? I don't know. Oh, Xeno... Wrong guy. Wrong guy. Xenos is fucking dead. It's La Hebrea, you fucking idiot. How dare you not have played through this long as fuck game, Michael? Oh god, there are so many characters that I have to talk to.
あなたたちが暁の活動を続けてくれたからこそ、エオルゼアの救済というあの子の願いが実を結ぼうとして、そんな変わり、そして
Okay, no. I can't be doing side characters. Okay. So, for anybody who wasn't here last time, and also, like, Michael, is that Metroid in the thumbnail? Yes. We just did the finale of the game, and there really shouldn't be any more game left, and now you gotta go talk to every single one of the characters in a long-ass cutscene to, you know, get their, like, wrap-up of everything that just occurred. Let's start with Graha. Okay. Hold up. One second. Is it just me, or is, like, am I going insane, or is the perspective here making it look like Grahatia is, like, literally child-sized? Because, like, the elf dude isn't that much... He shouldn't be that much bigger than him, right? He does look like 3 feet tall, right? Like, unironically, it looks like his character model has been shrunk. Just, hey, you got a minute? I don't want to... Okay, thank goodness we're leaving those two. I don't want to talk to them, man.
しばらくは、暁としての大きな活動がなくなりそうだからさ、俺はこの先どうしようかって考えてたんだが。
Yeah, it's like the Dawn isn't really going to be, you know, doing anything major for a while, so I've been thinking about, you know, what I'm gonna do.
決めたよ。クルルが始めようとしてるバルデシオン委員会の再建に協力する。
Okay. I've made up my mind. I'm gonna help out with rebuilding the Baldessian Committee. Or like the reconstruction or the reestablishment of the Baldessian Committee that Kurita is doing.
俺を引き取ってくれたガラフさんには感謝してるし、何よりあの組織があったからこそ、俺はクリスタルタワーの調査に向かったんだ。
Okay, yeah, it wasn't just me. The music was very loud. I just didn't think that Ellison were, like, that big. Yeah, but they did an interesting bit for that. That's funny. Like, they did an interesting bit with that by directly tying Dunamis to the concept of potential, and therefore, like, the ancients being the way that they were was a representation of the concept of being unable to change, therefore going back to that way would actually be bad. In an esoteric sense. They didn't land the plane entirely on that, but, you know, they justified it at least. For lore reasons, the game must continue, pretty much. Okay. You know, after all, I'm very grateful for Godolf taking me in, and you know, it's thanks to them that I was like even part of the research into the Crystal Tower.
そこから全てが始まった。
That's when, that's when everything began.
あんたとの出会いも時と世界を渡る戦いも今こうして暁にいるのだって。
Me meeting you. I fight across, you know, time and worlds, dimensions, joining and now being here in the dawn.
それにさ、バルデシオン委員会には世界各地から未解明の遺構なんかに関する情報が飛び込んでくるんだ。
Okay. I mean, you know, and you know, the Policing Committee is getting intel from, or gets intel from all over the world about, you know, unexplored ruins, things like that.
ウルティマトゥーレで交わした約束、あんたも経験したことのない新しい冒険に出ようって話。それにうってつけな情報も見つけられるかもしれないだろう。
Okay. And that promise we made in Ultima Thule that we would, you know, go on a new, like, entirely brand new adventure together. You know, I might be able to find something that'd be perfect for that there. Right? Yeah, no, why'd you make my, why I gotta emote like that? No. Yeah, it's like, alright, you know, always ready to like make good on that promise, okay.
俺さ、あの時、長期行動計画ユニットが見ていた木のところで、自分の名前もあんたの冒険譚に残ると思うかって聞いただろ。
Man, these are all, yes, I'm not actually struggling to remember this context, but it's like everything is so, everybody's referring back to things, and so I always have to like reload the lines in memory. Okay. Like, I'm trying to remember what I actually did for this, for a translation of this. Like what? 長期行動計画ユニット. God. At that time when like the like long-term strategy unit was looking out at that tree. I asked you if you thought that my name would show up in like your, like the legend of your adventures.
一つだけ訂正させてくれ。確かにそれは俺にとって念願というか、遥か昔からの夢みたいなものだけどさ。
Okay, like I want to make one like correction on that. Like it's true that that's like a dream of mine, or Or it's like that's what I've always wanted, or really it's more like, you know, a dream of mine from long ago.
その何倍も何十倍もどんな記録にも残らない今をあんたと経験していきたい。
Do I have to say this one, man? Whoever this is for, you're eating good. It's not me, man. This is a ridiculous thing to say. It's like more than that, way more than that, like 100 times more than that. I want to experience, like, now with you. Like, you know, that won't ever be, like, the sort of thing that won't ever be written down. That is a reinforcement of the concept that they were going with.
だって誘うし、誘ってほしい。約束なんてなくたって思いついたらいつでもさ。
Okay, I'm going skim mode. He's like, yeah, you know, invite me on any adventure, you're welcome on any adventure of mine. You know, even if we don't have any, like, even if we like, there's no promise involved. You know, whatever comes to mind, whatever comes up. I mean, I feel like the bottom option is a bit too mean, but at the same time, the top option is way too enthusiastic. There's a bit of a problem here. The top option is like, yeah, whenever, wherever. And the bottom one is like, yeah, you know, cool. Like, pump the brakes a little bit here, man. I'm gonna go with, hey, pump the brakes a little bit.
根を詰めすぎないように、だろ。あんたが届けてくれたライナとベイクラグからの忠告、もちろん忘れたりするもんか。
What? No, that isn't what I meant at all. I meant pump the fucking brakes, dude. Oh yeah, you know, like I shouldn't be, you know, pushing myself too hard, right? Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna forget the advice I got from Dinah. That's like the first time he's brought her up. And Bekudog. That's like the first time he's brought up his alternate world granddaughter. This man is like 300 years old. Huh? I guess you would probably say this is more like, you know, I'll keep like... I mean, that is like dreaming, but it's more like, you know... it's not quite living the dream, but you know what he means. You know, while we're doing our lifetime, maybe we'll find more survivors from... like, some more Omicron survivors. Somewhere out there in the universe. What? Why is he bringing up the Omicron?
あれだけ星が進出してたんだから、たまたま母星の外にいた奴がいるかもしれないだろ。
I guess this is probably just a setup for a future plot hook. Like, yeah, since they went so far outside of like their own planet, they like might run into some people like outside of their. Some of them were outside of their home world.
そいつがもし目標も命令もなくて途方に暮れていたら伝えてやりたいと思う。
And if they're out there, like, you know, at a loss, not knowing what to do without goals or orders, I want to tell them.
誰かと一緒に冒険に出てみろって、その相手がきっと手渡してくれるはずだ。期待に夢を。
Man, it's too soon in the stream to be throwing this sort of shit at me. Okay. 期待に夢を Fuck me. What do you even do for that? What do you even do for that? He is saying, like, I'd like to, tell them to, go off and have an adventure. The literal there is like that, that person will, like, give that machine a dream or something like that, but clearly you have to localize that, but I can't think of anything of that right now.
それくらいおかしなことじゃないだろう。
The usage of dream here is very obnoxious. Like, even he's referring to, like, himself as Crystal Lord here, most likely. Like, even, like, crystals can dream, it's not that weird. Okay.
それじゃ、冒険の誘い、待ってるからな。俺の方も、いい依頼が入るのを期待しててくれ。
Okay, when on your call to adventure, and I'll be sure to have some stuff lined up for you too. Okay. Yashola has normally been more upfront. This should be more
あら
reasonable.
私にまで挨拶を現状はさほど遠くに行くつもりはないのだけれど
Oh, you're saying, like, your goodbyes to me as well? I mean, I'm not planning on going that far.
そうね節目だものねそれなら少し話をしましょうか
This is more like, well, yeah, I know it's like a big occasion, right? Or you could go with, like, everything's about to change. Then let's
せっ
talk for a
か
bit.
くだし一つ相談に乗ってもらえて週末の騒動が落ち着いてから考えていたことがあるのよ
Since I got you here, mind if I get your opinion on something? Something I've been thinking about since, everything with the apocalypse settled down.
私たちは旅の中で多くのことを見聞きしてきたでしょう簡単には思い出しきれないほどたくさんの経験をさせてもらったわ
Yeah, you got that damn right. And we've, seen... This is more like we've experienced so many things during our journey. So many that, we can't even, like, remember them all. Yeah?
その中には知られざる事実もあったアーテリスのあり方や古代人たちのこと天音の果てで垣間見たイーアタチー星の民の考えなんかもね
Okay, this is more like direct setup for future content. And in the, like... This is like with everything we've done, there's still so many, like, things yet to be discovered. Still so many things we don't fully understand. This is like the nature of Arteris, everything about the ancients, thoughts of like the alien races, like that we got to glimpse at the edge of the universe. It's like we only caught a glimpse of them,
そう
right?
いったものを自分の記憶の中に留めておくのではなく、形ある記録にすべきかどうかを悩んでいるの。
I'm wondering, I'm kind of whether or not I should like write those down somewhere instead of just keeping them in my memory.
私は知ることが好きだし、必要とあらばレポートも書くけれど、学んだことを本や何かにして残そうとは思わないたちなのよ。
Huh. This is actually, I don't know if they've ever mentioned this about your soul. That is an interesting, like, bit for her character. It says, like, I like learning and, I write reports when I need to, but, I'm not really the type to want to, like, preserve everything I've learned in a book or anything like that.
真実というのは本来形のないものだわ。それを自分の扱う言語に落とし込むとき、どうしても言葉に沿ってねじ曲げてしまう部分がある。
Yeah, like, truth is, like, by its nature, ephemeral, formless. When we attempt to capture that in, any language, like, there are inevitably, like, inaccuracies that arise as a result. That is just the concept of, like, if you attempt to describe something, there's going to be something that's slightly off from a description versus the actual exact state of the thing the way that it is. Like, if you describe an apple, you're not going to be able to describe it in such a way that so that anybody who reads it is going to mentally envision the exact apple that you are describing. And you've got your own individual bias and things like that.
悲しいという言葉にすれば、実際はそこに収まらない複雑な思いがあったとしても、ただそれだけになってしまう、そんな感覚なの。
Yeah. Yeah, like if you use the word, for example, if you use the word, or that's like, yeah, even if, like, the word sad doesn't fully capture the, complex emotions that, like, that you experienced at the time, if you use that word, that's all it becomes.
実際、世界には意図的に改変された真実もあるけれど、大半はそういうどうしようもない変化が積もり積もって別の情報になってしまっているんじゃないかしら。
This game is so... Man! Okay. When we play Metaphor, there's some, like, there's some complicated stuff. But it's typically not, like, it's not this, man. Okay. While there are, certain truths within the world that have been deliberately altered, I think, perhaps that most things simply have been, altered over time and become entirely different things as a result of the accumulation of these unavoidable gradual changes.
それを分かっていてなお、私の言葉で彼らのことを書き記すのは冒涜ではないかとも思うのよ。
Huh. Yeah, it's like still, like, even knowing that, I still can't, it's like I think you might say, like, can't help but think that, you know, writing about all of them, like, you know, with my vocabulary, or, like, from my point of view, would be, like, blasphemous. It's, you know, sacrilege, really, it's like, you know, I guess you
も
could
ち
just
ろん
use that word.
そうであっても記録に残すことの意義だって十分に理解しているわ。私は日々それらを利用して学んでいるのだから。
Now, of course, you know, even then I understand the, like, importance of leaving things behind. After all, or it's like, you know, of recording things properly. I learn from things like that every day.
ねえ、あなたはどう思う？私たちしか知らない多くの出来事を書き残すべきだと思って。
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think that we should, like, write down all of the things that like, those things that we've learned that only we know? I mean, I think you would want to go with the, yeah, you should probably should write it down. Especially considering the sheer amount of, like, reality-altering
あなたがそう
information that
思っ
we
て
have.
くれるのならば、彼らのことを伝えるための一助になってみようかしら。
Alright, it's like, and like if, you know, that's how you feel, then I guess, I suppose I could help, like, tell their story.
もっとも分筆業ではないから、自分用の研究資料を多少丁寧にまとめる程度がせいぜいでしょうけれどね。
Okay. However, like, since I'm not a writer, you know, the best I'll be able to do is, like, more or less get all of my, like, research notes in order.
あなたに聞いてもらってよかったわ。たまにはこういう相談もしてみるものね。
Yeah, thanks for your help. You know, it's, like, nice to ask for help like this once in a while.
私は今後も気の向くままに知の探求に勤しむつもり。共造世界に渡る方法はもちろん、星がいに行ったせいで調べたいことが増えてしまったんだもの。
So, from here on out, I'm planning on, you know, pursuing knowledge and, like, whatever way, like, catches my. Oh, wait, what's the phrase? I guess you could say, like, whatever catches my eye, you know. And, like, after, you know, traveling through the universe, I've only, like, grown more. Or it's like there's more and more things I want to know about. You know, especially about, like, how to go to like the other mirrored worlds or like to the travel to the
あな
mirrored
たも
worlds.
未知に遭遇した時や解決しがたい難
And
題
I'm
にぶつかった
butchered
時にはきっと私を呼びなさい。
Yeah, well, like whenever you like encounter something, you just. I mean, I guess you would say like the unknown. You know, or face a problem you just can't seem to solve. You know, be sure to you know, give me a call.
私は暁の魔女なのよ。世界を見通し、地を糧にしてあなたたちの力になるわ。
Hey, fun. She's finally using it herself. Yeah, you know, I'm the Witch of the Dawn after all. This is like, yeah, I'll travel, like, I'll see the world, like, gorge myself on knowledge. I can come to help whenever you need me. Three out of 8. Uh-oh. If they're doing this song, this one's going to be raw nonsense, isn't it? You're just... Is this it? Is this what we're gonna do? Is just good talk?
Nanda, 言いたいことがあるなら言え。
Okay. That's pretty good. What, if you have any... What, you've got something you want to say, just say it. This is like, yeah, what are you doing? You got like a job lined up? You got something to
お
do
前た
lined
ちだっ
up?
て状況は同じだろうに。暁は解散していない。頻度は減るだろうが、任務を果たせば報酬は出るはずだ。
I mean, it's just the same as you guys, right? The Dawn isn't actually disbanding, and you know they're not going to be coming in as frequently. But I'm assuming if I do a job, I'll get paid.
なぜ俺だけ、食の心配をされる？
Yeah, so why are you're worried about me having a job? Or like, why are you worried about me finding work then?
どこぞの早朝伝も、暁解散の方を聞くなり、タタルを介して、連絡をよこしてきてな。
Okay, he's talking about Aymerik. Yeah, this is like what the president of a certain organization heard about the break of Dawn and immediately like, you know, contacted me via Tataru.
冒険者居住区の警備になら、席を用意できる。元青の竜騎士という肩書きを生かせば、たちまち街角の人気者になれると思うがどうか、ときた。
I don't remember where Imperium is. I don't remember this. Okay. It's like they said they could like give me a job as a like security detail for the Imperium Adventurers District or something. Oh, it's the Ishgard neighborhood for players. I did not remember that whatsoever. You know, I said like I could like use my fame as a former Sure. Dragon Knight. I become a
どう
big,
もこう
big
もある
hit.
か。
You know, get
い
real,
らん
real,
心配をさ
real
れずとも
popular.
俺はもう次の依頼を受けている。
Yeah, this is the sort of thing that I'm talking about, where it's like I don't remember these sort of details when they bring up these, like when they make indirect references to things. I'm just lost. Yeah, this is like... He's basically just saying, like, come on, give me a break. You know, I've already got like, my next job lined up.
ブリトラだ。つい先日、
ブリトラ。
ラザハンの特使が俺のところに来てな。こっちが落ち着いたら顔を出せとの伝言をよこしてきた。
Yeah, just the other day, like messenger from, that is more like envoy, like special envoy, from Razan, came to see me, you know, saying that, like, once things, settled down, they wanted me to show up over there.
要件も告げずに呼び出すとは、いいご身分だが、わざわざ俺を指名してきたんだ。竜絡みだろう。
Okay, it's like, these sort of lines are also very difficult. This is like, you know, that's just the sort of, like, thing that, like, big shots like to do, of, you know, not even telling you what you're, like, what they're, like, summoning you for. But if he, like, went all the way, like, if he went out of his way to look for me specifically, it's probably got to do with, you know, dragons.
サベネア島では、俺たちが天の果てから帰還する前、おそらく、お前が終焉を歌う者を撃破した頃に、終末の現象が収まったそうだ。
I mean, yeah, I would assume that happened everywhere, but... It's like, yeah, on Savanea Island, like, before we return from the edge of the universe, all of the, like, apocalyptic phenomena, like, ended right around the time you defeated the like, celebrant of the end.
無論、獣に転じた奴が戻るわけじゃない。それでも、再び青く晴れ渡った空の下で、人々は元の生活を取り戻し始めたと聞く。
Of course, like, those who transformed into beasts won't come back, but, you know, even then people are, you know, starting to get back to their normal lives under that clear blue sky once again.
オールドシャーレアンで保護されていた月への移住を希望していた者たちも多くが帰国したそうだ。
And it seems like many of the, like, people who were under the protection of the Charlands, you know, those who wanted to migrate to the moon have returned home as well. Wait a second, that's actually an interesting concept here. Are we gonna address this? What about, like, what if some people were just like, hey, wait a second, this moon place seems kind of sick. Like, nah, I don't want to go back to that island, I want to hang out with the moon rabbits. Are people just gonna be doing that? 'Cause that seems like it would be very comfy.
とはいえ、家や家族を失った者も少なくないそうでな。望めば、シャーレアンに残って、働いたり学んだりできる、よう、哲学者議会と大衆ブリトラの間で、取り決めがなされたらしい。
Okay, there seems like there's quite a few people who have lost their homes, families. Yes, it seems like there's like an arrangement that was made between the Philosopher's Parliament and Vritra that those who wished to stay, and work or study in Charlayan could remain if they wanted to.
あいつはもはや、名実ともに、立派な大主様ってわけだ。実際、俺にその話をした特使も、信頼を寄せている様子だった。
And looks like he's really doing a great job as Governor General already. Yeah, and the envoy who can tell me that really seemed to already fully trust him. He's afraid of the dragon.
粒子戦争が終わってなお、これほど竜の話を聞くとはな。
I still don't like Dragon Song for this, but whatever. After the Dragon Song war ended, didn't think I'd be hearing this much about dragons.
それも、人と共生し、民に慕われる竜ときた。復讐に追い立てられている頃の俺なら、策略だなんだと、信じることさえなかっただろうよ。
And a dragon that, lives alongside humans, is beloved by his people at that, or beloved by the people at that. Back when all I could think about was revenge, I wouldn't have believed it. I would have thought it was just some sort of trick.
だが、今は、そういう国もあってよかったと、素直に思っているさ。
Yeah, but now, honestly, I'm just glad that a nation like that exists. A country like that can exist.
竜の星は争いに疲れ、何もかも諦めて、最後には滅んだ。
The dragon's world, the world of the dragons, grew tired of conflict, gave up on everything, and in the end, died out,
一
perished.
方で、未来を求めて飛び立ったミドガルズオルムは、長い旅の果てにアーテリスへとたどり着き、こう返す。
Yeah. But meanwhile, Midgard Zolmer flew off into the heavens, and into the stars in search of a future for himself and the children that he would raise after the long journey to Otteris that was butchered. It's goes off in search of a future, found Otteris, raised children.
そいつらは、この星に生きる人々といがみ合い、争うこともあったが、分かり合い、思い合っても来たわけだ。
Okay. They came here to this planet, fought, clashed and fought with the people of it, but eventually, we came to understand one another, care for one another.
だからこそ、今や竜は、アーテリスに根付き、種は、絶えることなく栄えている。
Oh wait, no, he was talking about the first time that they showed up. They fought at first, and then they came to an understanding, then the whole dragon betrayal, or the human betrayal of the dragons thing happened. I can talk, I swear. And that's why there are now, dragons on Otteris. Like why their like species is flourished
そ
here.
れが、俺の背負う、槍の重みであり、強さだと、今回の件で知ることができた。
You know, everything that happened. It's like everything we just went through made me like realize again, you know, the true weight, you know, and strength of this spear I carry with me.
お前たちと行動するのも、存外に悪くない。
And it's like, you know, working alongside you guys. You know, it isn't as bad as this is like, it ain't half bad, right? You'd probably just say it ain't half bad.
また何か、槍の腕を活かせる話があったら俺も乗せろ。食いぶちも稼がなきゃならんしな。
Yeah, so if you ever need like my spear for anything, just you know, count me in. This is like what I gotta like hold my weight somehow, right? Or like, you know, gotta earn my keep.
お、我らが英雄伝のお出ましか。俺のところまで回ってこないんじゃないかと思ってたぞ。
Oh, the heroes, like, the heroes finally arrived. You know, started to think you wouldn't get around to me.
なんてな。冗談だよ。その後、身体の方は大丈夫か？
Yeah, just kidding. Obviously. Oh, by the way, you doing all right?
そいつは良かった。あれほど、傷だらけだったんだ。ちゃんとした回復には、時間がかかりそうだと思ったんだがな。
Good to hear. You know, like considering how badly you were hurt, I, you know, thought it would take a while for you to really heal up.
やっぱりお前は、強いというか、タフというか、ここまで生き抜いてきただけのことはある。
Okay. Who the hell says tough in katakana? I have never heard this once. Actually, no, I feel like I must have heard it. This is one of those things where it's like... No, I've definitely heard somebody say like... Like, 意外とタフだな. Or something like that. But seeing it in writing feels weird. You know? Like, you know, you really are, like, strong, or maybe I should say tough. I mean, after all, you've managed to, like, survive this long.
終焉を歌う者が倒されて、終末は退けられた。これで、原初世界だけじゃなく、共造世界の終わりも回避できたわけだ。
Like, you took down the, like, celebrant of the end. Averted the apocalypse. You know, not just, like, the original world, but all the... You know, the deaths of the mirrored worlds have also... like, been averted.
リーンの明日も、続いてく。俺にとってそれは、何にも変え難い結末だ。
It's like, Lin will be able to, like, see tomorrow. I think you would go with, like, you know, I wouldn't trade that for anything.
本当にありがとうな。お前があそこで必死に食らいついてくれたから希望がつながったんだ。
Huh. It's like, yeah. Like, well, I mean, he was kind of the one who did the first thing, though. You know, it's like, because you really hung on out there. You know, everybody gets to have hope. You could say maybe, like, hope stayed alive, too.
ただ、今後リーンに会っても、俺とウリエンジェが放浪の旅に出たとは言ってくれるなよ。
Huh? Oh wait, yeah, no, he talked about something like this, I think. Yeah, but like if you meet Lynn again, yeah, you mind not telling her that like me and Urienja are going off like wandering?
一応、目的はあるんだ。暁が表舞台から退いた後、世界がどうなっていくか、当面は目を配っておく必要がある。
I mean, there is a purpose in what we're doing. Like, there is a point to what we're doing. For now, we need to, like, keep an eye on the world, see what's gonna happen to it after Dawn takes a step back.
そうでなくとも、国際組織じゃなかなか手の回らないような、細かい問題はなくならないだろうからな。やれるだけは、手を貸すさ。
Yeah, it's like, no matter the case, there's always gonna be, you know, like, delicate problems that, that's more like, you know, that Komakai, like, detailed, you know, specific problems that, you know, big international organizations aren't going to be able to do much about. You know, that's what I'm planning on helping out with.
それは、それとして、いつまでもフラフラしてると言われると、返す言葉もないからな。
Actually, he was probably just saying Komakai is, like, small, actually. I think I might have just been overthinking that. You know, that being said, it's not like I really have, you know, much to say about just kind of drifting around like always.
相変わらず、それなりに元気でやっていると、リーンに聞かれたら、そう伝えておいてくれ。
Yeah, like if Lynn asks, just tell her, you know, he's doing fine, just like always.
まあ実際、寝なしそうになるのは間違いないんだがな。
Huh? Ninoshi. Fuck, what do you actually... The problem is that he's used, like, 5 different words to mean aimless wandering. And in English, most of them would just come back down to wanderer, wandering. I think you would probably go with a different expression here in English, like saying, but you know, it is true, I am just gonna, like, go wherever the wind takes me, you would probably say? Something like that?
俺にとっての帰るべき家はこの場所だったんだ。お前たちがいて、ミンフィリアがいて、任務に出るのも戻るのも、大抵はここからだった。
You know, for me, this was my home. You know, you all were here, and Filio was here. You know, this is where I, like, left to go on missions and came back to report.
暁が創設された時、あいつに良い仲間ができればと思ったものだが、いつの間にか、俺の肩が居場所をもらってたわけだ。
This is another, like, dropping subject. I'm assuming he's referring to Minfilia here. Well, I mean, I'm not even assuming, that's just obvious. Yeah, when the Dawn was founded, I was hoping she would be able to, you know, find some reliable comrades, companions, but you know, it turns out I was the one who, like, really found, like, the place where I belonged.
なあ、俺をあいつにミンフィリアに代わって一つ聞かせてくれ。
Hey. You know, there's something I wanna ask you. Like, it's like literally in Minfilia's place. You would probably say something along the lines of like, it's like, you know, since she can't ask, you mind if I do the honors or something like that, depending on what the question is.
加わってよかったと思うか?
Yeah, so you would probably say do the honors here, then, or something like that. And here it's like, are you happy you joined the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn? Yonaide-oku. Yeah, your options are, you know, it's been a pretty good time, or bordering on, like, I plead the fifth. Right, like, you would probably say no comment, actually. It's been a good time.
そうか、そいつは何よりだ。ちなみに俺も同感だよ。
Yeah, you know, glad to hear. You know, it's the same for me.
それじゃ、しばらくの別れになるかもしれないが、達者でな。
達者? God, that's such a... This is one of those things where it's like, I don't know if I actually have the best read on what sort of vibe, like, each of these types of, like, you know, set phrases gives, but, like, 達者でな is such a ridiculous, like, cool guy way of saying it. This is like, you know, I might not be seeing you for a while, but... In English, it would probably... The equivalent would probably be something along the lines of, like, you know, hang in there.
潜入なり、諜報活動なり、必要になったら声をかけてくれ。妙に怪しい敏腕占い師もどきも、ついてくるだろうがな。
everybody is continuing to give each other shit for the bits that they were running in the first world. And like, you know, if it's like infiltration or espionage, you know, call me when you need me. You know, that like a certain sketchy fortune teller will probably end up tagging along as well. Myoni Ayashi. Actually, hold on. Question. This is like a generation gap question. Are we at the point where sketchy sounds too old-fashioned? Well, actually, no. Considering Thancred's age, it would still work out about right, but still, like, I feel like that's one of those ones where my usage of, like, dude bro slang would immediately give away my background. I've got a weird amalgam of slang built up from, like various sports, snowboarding, fighting games. We have sketch now? Yeah, like, that was one that we used a lot, snowboarding. You know, like, saying that something is, like, sketch as fuck. Right? Like, you see some, like, really shitty kicker on a mountain where you have no idea where the landing is. Right? That you describe something as sketch or like sketchy. That's what comes to mind for me. And for me, when I see like myo ni ayashi, that does come across as like sketchy. You know, you got a sketchy fortune teller looking guy. Let's go talk to the sketchy fortune teller looking guy. Man, Uriasha really is my favorite. He really is my favorite character in the Dawn. Like, by far, I think, honestly. Oh. Have you already, you know, finished speaking with everybody else?
本情の別れではないと思えども、惜別に絶えず、ただでさえも難解な話の切り上げ時というものが、妖精たちの迷い人ほどに見通せなくなっております。
I really like what they did with this character, man. Like, oh crap, I'm out of water. My throat is already getting a little bit scratchy. I'll probably have to go get some water after this one. But specifically, they had him articulate exactly why he talks the way that he does, which, for anybody who hasn't been following the entire series, it is nothing like the way that he talks in the English. The way that he talks in English is a complete fabrication. You know, when he was talking to Moonbird's parents, he was saying, like, he never could actually properly find the exact words to articulate exactly how he feels. And so his tendency to use very, like, severe and grandiose language, or, like, very flowery, poetic language, not necessarily old-fashioned, is because he's just really, really emotional and is attempting to accurately convey that sentiment. And he's written really well, like, that comes across here. Like, other characters have made roundabout references to it, and, like, you know, Thancred very clearly has a lot of, like, cool guy sarcasm and detachment going on. with a lot of underlying affection. But Urianger actually uses like 根性の別れではないと思うでも。Yeah, descriptive and poetic, not stick up ass archaic. Yeah, like, I still think probably the best comparison to the way that he actually talks is kind of like Aesop Rock lyrics. Or, you know, George Clooney's character from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? It's stuff like that, right? Like, you know, he says stuff like, even though I am aware that this will not be our final goodbye, like our final farewell, like, I can't help but feel you know, reluctant to part ways. Yeah, the already abundantly difficult concept to grasp of... Yeah, the already abundantly difficult, like, end of conversation. He's saying, like, it's already incredibly difficult to understand when, like, a conversation ought to come to an end. Yeah, but now, like, it's become as, like, opaque and, like, obtuse as the, like, fairy's maze. This is a ridiculous thing to say. He's being ridiculously overly descriptive. He's saying he already has a hard enough time figuring out, like, when a natural time to end a conversation is, but now, considering everything that's going on, it's as difficult to find an ending to a conversation as it is to find the end of the Pixie's Fairy's Maze. That's probably what you would do. You would use the word end in both ways there. Oh, yo! By the way, are you aware of, like, what the deputy... Like, what the plans are of the deputy and the moon?
月を脱出船として用いることはなくなりましたが、
I
あ
don't
そ
think
こ
that
には
actually made sense
地
what I
上の
said.
生命が活動可能な環境がある。
Okay, so Unisha is actually answering my question about the deputy. Although the moon will no longer be used as like an escape vessel, it still houses an environment conducive to you know, the life of Arteris.
しかれば何か有効活用はできないかと哲学者議会とレポリットで検討を始めたそうです。
Okay, and like accordingly, the Philosopher's Parliament and the Deputy have been discussing like what ought to be, or like potential practical applications of the moon.
もっともそれを判断するにはより一層互いを理解していくことが必要不可欠。当面は学びと試行錯誤が続くことでしょう。
However, in order to reach this determination, a deeper mutual understanding is required. So at present, you know, mutual learning and trial and error will continue.
中には、留学という名目で、すでにアーテリス各地へと旅立ったレポリットもいるとか。
Oh, amazing! Yay! 留学 They're doing study abroad? Amazing. That's adorable. Man, the fact that they're referring to it as Ryugaku, that's very fun. It seems like some of them have already, traveled to various locations in Arteris as, like, study abroad students.
彼らは、ハイデリーのアーテリスに暮らす生命への思いから作られたそうですが、
And it seems as though they were, like, created from Eidolon's love of the life on Arteris.
話を聞くにつれ、その旺盛な好奇心もまた、ハイデリンからベーネスから引き継いでいるように思えてなりません。
And it's like, as I spoke with them, I couldn't help but feel that, their intense curiosity, their like insatiable curiosity, you might say, might have come from, Heidelin, or rather, from Venus.
人を愛してやまない彼らと、彼らの長き努力の結晶が、いずれ人とレポリットの双方に幸福をもたらさんことを願います。
Okay. That's a little bit awkward to word. Amazing. I hope that they... It's like, I hope that their, like, love of humanity... Ah, man, this is one where you have to, like, each little bit of the sentence between the commas, you gotta, like, arrange in a completely different order. Oh, no, you have to, like, completely rework it just because it's really, really weird. I guess you would probably say, like, they truly do, like, love humanity, like, so much, and so I hope that they're... like, their long struggles, like in labor, finally, like, pay off and bring happiness to both humans and Deporit.
私も今後は一人の知人として折に触れレポリットたちの相談に乗っていこうかと。
Okay. And so I'm, planning, or I'm thinking of offering advice to the Deporit from time to time, as a friend of theirs. Ah, no, okay, it's not... Oh. So you'd probably have to... This Chijin would have to be acquaintance. Yeah, okay, so you would say, I'm planning on providing advice to the Reporit as an acquaintance of theirs, and then the top option here is like, you mean friend, right? Yeah, and then the bottom option is like, yeah, Urianger, you really were the first person to actually understand the Repurit.
Using なるほど
Oh, a friend, you say?
それは、とても喜ばしい響きです。次に、彼らに会った時には、そう呼んでも差し支えないか、伺ってみるといたしましょう。
Oh, that's great. Like, this is why Urianger is great. It's like, yes, that has a wonderful sound to it. And the next time, like, I see them, I'll, ask if they're alright with, like, me calling myself that. Or that's more like, I'll see if they're alright with
彼らも
us
私を
being
そう思って
considered
くれていた
friends.
ら、とても嬉しく思います。
Yeah, it's like, and I would be, incredibly happy if they were to think of me in the same way as well.
しかし、オレオさん、ついレポリットの話ばかりしてしまいましたが、あなたや、暁の皆も、私にとって、マニエがたき仲間です。
But... my apologies, I started speaking only about the deputy, but you and everyone else here in the Dawn, truly are, like, invaluable friends to me.
言葉の足りぬ私は、幾度となく皆さんを困惑させ、裏切りの懸念を抱かせたことさえあったかと存じます。
Yeah, like... Yeah, 言葉の足りぬ私. This is his way of seeing himself. It's like, I'm sure that my, like, lack of eloquence, has likely caused, confusion time and time again, and even, like, perhaps, and even, like, made you fear, like, my betrayal.
それでも、今日に至るまで、共に置いてくださった。そのことへの感謝こそ、到底言い表せるものではありません。
And even so, like, you have all, like, remained with me to this very day. I couldn't possibly express just how grateful I truly am.
ですので、これからも、微力ながら、あなたをお支えしましょ
う。And so, like, I'll continue to, like, endeavor to support you all in whatever way I
ご
can.
要望は何々と、星の底から天の果てまで、時には水の上さえ渡り、冠水してご覧に入れますゆえ。
Yeah, this is great. Like, whatever you may need. From the edge of the... like, from the depths of the world to the farthest reaches of the universe. Across the waters, if it may. Like, even across the water. The waters, you would probably say. What, like I will endeavor to fulfill whatever is required of me? I think I used the word endeavor twice, but all of this is starting to bleed together. I wonder which one of these two is more of like a actual final conversation one. Because I assumed that it would be one of these two as like a clear capstone sort of conversation. It's probably Alfino. Alfino probably has like the actual story ending one.
オレオ、あなたも出発の準備は万全?
Hey. You all ready to go?
石の家にはタタルがいてくれるけど、忘れ物のないようにしておかなくちゃね。
And Tataru will still be here at the House Stone, but you gotta make sure you don't leave anything behind.
それから、グランドカンパニーエオルゼアと東方連合、加えて、シャーレアンとラザハンの連名で、週末の被害についての最終報告が届いてるわよ。
That's heavy. Okay, Grand Company Eorzea, the Eastern Alliance. Charlene and Razan have all, like, given their, like, reports on the like, damages caused by the apocalypse.
最も深刻な被害があったのは、やっぱり、最初に空が燃えた、北上海周辺地域だったみたい。
I still don't know what you would do for this, the name of this sea. Like, Hojo Kai. Which is like... but I don't know how you refer to seas of that. Like that. Because it is like, abundance. Maybe you could just go with, like, Sea of Abundance. Fertile Sea. Maybe you could just go with that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, most serious damage seems to be, like, in the area around the, like, Fertile Sea, where the sky first began to burn.
その後、週末の発言は北方に広がり、ガレマルド周辺を経て、極北付近まで至った。
Okay, after that, the phenomenon spread north. You reaching Garlemald. The, like, far north
他にも何
beyond.
箇所か、局地的に燃えた空が観測された。そうよ。北洋の一角でも起きていたというから、解決がもう少し遅かったら、シャーレアンは危なかったかもね。
Okay, it appears as though, like, there were other reporting incidences of, like, locally occurring burning skies. One was spotted in, like, a section of the Northern Ocean. If we had been even a little bit later, Charlayan might have been in danger.
何にせよ、いずれもすでに週末の現象は収束。
Yeah, but, in any case, all the, like, phenomenon, signs of the apocalypse have come to an end.
負のデュナミスの残死によって起こる小規模な異変や現存する獣の対応には各国が当たってくれるらしいわ。暁が公に対応するのもここまでってことね。
Okay. Okay. So, the, like, minor occurrences caused by residual negative dunamis. Like, and any remaining transformed beasts will be handled by, like, their respective local governments. Or, like, will be handled respectively by each nation. So the, like, officially the role of this is where, like, the like, role of the dawn comes to an end.
ちょっと寂しいけど、他のみんなも世界を見回りながら、必要に応じて各地で支援をしてくれるつもりみたい。
And, you know, it'll be a little bit lonely, but it seems like everyone's planning on traveling the world and lending a hand wherever they're needed.
私ももちろんそうするわ。直近でアルフィノと一緒に向かう予定のガレマルドも週末の被害を受けた土地の一つだしね。
And of course, you know, I'm going to be doing the same too. Planning on heading to Garlemald with Alfino soon. You know, since they... You know, they were very heavily damaged by the apocalypse.
ねえ、オレオ、私ね。
Hey,
困ってる人の助けになりたいって願うからこそ、これからもひどい光景をたくさん目の当たりにすると思う。
okay. Because I want to keep helping people in need, I know that I'm going to, you know, see, you know, more and, like, even more, like, horrific things. You would probably say, like, terrible
頑張って
things.
も救えない相手もいるかもしれないし、その度にきっと自分の無力を嘆くわ。
There might be people that I can't save no matter how hard I try, and, you know, I know, like, if, you know, when that happens, I'll... You know, it's like, this would probably say, like, I'll blame myself.
だけど、どうせダメだからって諦めない。
どうせダメだからって。どうせダメだからって。Like, why am I saying that so weird? This is a very cool line, but it's... how do you phrase this? How do you phrase this? It's like, even if it ends up being meaningless, or even if there's like nothing I can do, I won't give up.
一人でも多く、一度でも多く、助けて、笑顔にしてみせる。そのためにする努力は、きっと、無意味なんかじゃないわ。
You know, like, help as many people as I can, like, as... You know, as many times as I can. You know, it's like try and make them happy. You know, you might say, like, let them be happy. You know, so long as I'm doing that, I'm sure, you know, it won't be meaningless.
そう思っていてもくじけそうな時には、あなたの背中を、前を向く横顔を思い出すから。
But even still, if I ever feel like giving up, I'll always remember, like, this is just a phrase that you don't really use. Like the whole back profile thing, you don't really say it. Like, even still, if I ever feel like giving up, you might say, like, I'll remember you. How you always, like, kept facing forward.
それに、 勝手に転移装置を起動させた時の思い出すたびに腹立たしい顔もね。
Okay, that's fun. Yeah, it's like what, in that, like, insufferable... Yeah, it's like she... that makes that harder. Actually, no, it's actually totally fine, like... You could probably just say, like, and I'll always remember. You know, that, like, obnoxious look on your face when you... like, pulled that teleporter thing on us.
だから、あなたもどこかで噂を聞いたら思い出して。
Yeah, so, you know, if you ever, like, hear anything about me, anywhere, just, you know, remember this.
今日もアリゼール・ベユールがどこかで一生懸命に走ってるだろうってこと。
And remember that somewhere out there, Alize du Veilleur. 一生懸命に走ってる。走ってる。Yeah, the run thing. What else wouldn't just say work? You would probably just say, like, that somewhere, you know, like, out there, Alize du Veilleur, you know, is doing the best she can, whatever you want to say. Hard at work, maybe. Hey. The bottom option is like, oh, what, you think you're gonna be able to, like, be more famous than me? Yeah, I'm gonna be going for that.
言ったわね。競うっていうなら、刮目してみてなさい。
Hey. This is like, yeah, you know, you asked for it. You know, it's like if it's a challenge you want, like, make sure you're paying
だっ
attention.
て、
I mean, you know, after all.
明日はきっと今日より素敵な私になるわ。次に会った時、今度はあなたの方が見とれちゃうくらいにね。
That's not, the MTL is wrong here. MTL is wrong here, do not. Don't. This is one of those reasons why you can't just use MTL for things. Mitorechao does not mean that. Honestly, you would probably, for this top line, it's like I'm gonna be getting better day by day. You know, like, what, so the next time you see me... It's like, what, you're gonna be the one, like, you know, gazing in awe. Friendly competition. This is so much
さっ
dialogue,
きはす
man.
まなかった。集合が遅れてしまって。
It's like, what, sorry for, like, being late
父
before.
と母にね、手紙を書いていたんだ。
I was, yeah, writing a letter to my father and mother.
父は特に 大撤収の
Probably
後
to
始
save
末や
parents.
今後のシャーレアンのあり方をめぐっての議論で忙しいようだが、暁のことも気にしてくれていたようだからね。
My father seems to be incredibly busy, like in discussion. Or like in debates regarding what, Charlene should do in the aftermath of the, great evacuation. But he also seems particularly, worried, interested in the Dawn.
それに、もう一生分の心配をかけてしまった。しばらくは、こまめに手紙を出すことにするよ。
It's like I've worried them enough to last a lifetime. Yeah, so, I'm going to be, writing them letters, like, very frequently, pretty much whenever I can.
そうでなくても、当面、シャーレアン本国に戻る予定はないからね。私も、アリ勢も。
It's like, but, for the time being, I've no plans on returning to Charlene. Neither I or Alize.
二人でガレマルドの復興支援に向かうんだ。ガレマール帝国という国がどうなるか、情勢はまだ不確かだが、帝都をあのままにしておくわけにはいかないからね。
Two of us will be heading to, support the recovery effort in Garlemald. It's still unclear as to, what will happen to the nation, once known as the Garlemald Empire. But we can't just leave the capital as it is. It's like the capital can't just be left the way it is.
現地には、まだルキア殿やマキシマ殿をはじめとする、一部のイルサバード派遣団員が残っている。彼らが主体となり、各国の講演を受けつつ、活動をするそうだ。
Okay, some members of the Irusalad contingent, including Dukia and Maxima, are going to still remain on site and will be, the main players. Assisting in the reconstruction of Garlemald, and coordinating support from the other nations.
もちろん、許すたち帝国民も一緒にね。各地でテンパード化の治療を終えた人々も希望があれば、そこに合流できるようになるそうだよ。
Okay, of course, alongside Eurus and the other, okay, of course, they'll be, accompanied, or Eurus and the other Imperial citizens will be assisting them as well. And, also those who've successfully undergone treatment for tempering in various regions will be able to lend their assistance if they so desire.
そうすることで、リキニアたちの剣を償えるとは思っていないよ。あれは、私たちが、いつまでも抱えていくべきことだろう。
I don't think that, doing this is going to be a way to make up for what happened to Dikinia. And you'd probably say Dikinia and her sister. That's something that's going to stay with me forever. Or actually, that's something that will stay with us forever.
ガレマルドに行こうと思ったのは、クイントゥス殿の言っていたことが胸に残っているからさ。
The reason I'm deciding to go to Garlemald is because, what Quintus said still... it's like I still remember what Quintus said to us.
前線の兵がどれだけ義勇に駆られようが、国家は善意などでは動かない。そこに益なくば、国をなす民を守れぬからだ。
And no matter how much, soldiers on the front line are... driven by, heroism... a nation does not, operate on goodwill alone. Or it's that is basically saying, a nation doesn't benefit on, or a nation does not operate on goodwill. God, this is complicated. If there is no, benefit to be gained, they cannot protect the citizens that comprise them.
もっともな話だと思う。そしてガレマール帝国は、今後まず間違いなく、内外の思惑に翻弄されることになるだろう。
How do you say もっともな話だと思う? It's I believe... You would probably just say, I believe he's right. And the Garlemald Empire will be at, the mercy of internal and external forces for the foreseeable future.
派遣団の復興支援にしても疑っているわけではないが、各国が後ろ盾についている以上は、一層いった思惑に巻き込まれるかわからない。
I'm not, doubting the intention of the assistance provided by the contingent, however, so long as they're receiving, as long as there's support or, material support given by other nations, there's no way of telling when, they might get caught up in those associated ulterior motives. Basically saying, if anybody's going to be helping out Garlemald, it's not just going to be because they want to, or they think it's the right thing to do, right? If Gridania provides X amount of aid to the reconstruction of Garlemald, they're going to be expecting to get some sort of return on that investment. Is what he is saying. Politics.
だから行くんだ。助けるべき人たちの言葉を聞き、共に考え、笑い合うために、目指す未来への一歩を、またそこから始めてみるよ。
So, I'm going to, hear out those who need help to think together, to laugh together, to smile together. I'm going to be taking another step towards, the future we envision. Starting from there. Okay, your options here are saying, write me some letters too, or I'll go check in on you. Yeah, I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna ask for letters, I can just teleport over there, I'm gonna go see him.
ああ、ぜひ。アリ勢が喜ぶだろうし、私だってとても嬉しい。
Yeah, please. All I say, I'm sure all I say would be, overjoyed, and, of course I would be too.
エオルゼアで活動を始めた頃から、私の近くにはいつも君がいてくれた。良い時も、悪い時も、見守り続けてきてくれた。
Yeah, ever since we started, our work here in Eorza, you've always been close by. You've watched over me during the good times and the bad.
もう何度、君の報告を受け、私からも報告をしたことか。きっと誰にも数えられないよ。
Yeah? Yeah, that's true. How many times have, I reported to you and you've reported to me. I'm sure nobody could possibly count.
だから、これからも、良いことや悪いことを君に相談させてほしい。頼れる仲間として、親愛なる友として。
And so, I want to... it's like a... So again, I'm going to... come ask for your advice. For the good times and the bad. As our, reliable ally and a dear friend.
頼めるかい?
Is that alright? Yeah.
ありがとう。私と共に歩み続けてくれた君に心からの感謝を。
Thank you. Thank you so much for, staying by my side all this time. Okay, that's all of them. Oh god, they've all got extra optional dialogue afterwards
しか
too.
し、アレンバルドが来られなかったのは少し残念だよ。手紙のやり取りは続けているから、互いに、いや、それこそ、愛に。
All we know, they was just talking about Arenvald not being able to be
あと
here.
何か話してないこと。メバンさんとケラシャフさんの赤ちゃん、すっかり元気になった。
Okay,
これから
talking about the kid in wherever the place was, Razan. That baby that you saved.
ちなみに、砂の家は、しばらく倉庫って扱いにするらしい。最低限の、しかし、張り切り用だと、いつかは、タタルの工房や大繁盛商店の倉庫になりそうだな。
Tataru is taking over all of the facilities operated by the Dawn for her, business ventures.
ところであんた、最近フェオウルと
Oh
話したか
no!
実は数日前、俺の夢に出てきてさ。ああ、こっちは寝ている時の夢の話な。
Shut up, shut up. Have you talked to Feor recently? No, you showed up in a dream of mine recently. I'm referring to normal, the normal type of dream you have when you're sleeping.
私が戯れに、友の夢を覗きに来るくらいには、何事もなく平和なのだわ。若木にも、そう言っておいてちょうだいな。
Okay, that's pretty great. So it's everything's going, so well that she has the time to show up in her friends' dreams for fun. Tell you that as well.
直接言えばいいじゃないかと伝えたら、巨大なビーバーに追い回される夢に落とされたぞ。
Oh, it's giant there? Okay. When I told her she should have just told you that directly, I got trapped into a dream where I was being chased by a giant beaver. Apparently she can just do that.
皆さんとお話できましたか？よろしければ、この場は解散とさせていただきますが。
If you've spoken to everybody, in that case, I'd like to send everybody on their separate ways now. Okay.
承知いたしました。
Okay.
ではでは
Understood.
皆さん、お時間です。 どうかお忘れ物、落とし物などなさいませんよ。
Yeah, now then, everyone. You know, it's time to be off. You know, make sure you don't forget anything on your way out.
私も暁の受付として出口までお見送りに参ります。また会う日まで行ってらっしゃいませ。
Yeah, as receptionist of the dawn, I'll see you all to the exit. Now then, farewell until we meet again. Oh god, more scenes! Wait, how many more post-credit scenes do we have? It's been like 2 hours. God, these take forever. The sheer volume of text, man. I'm definitely not moving as fast as I could, but still.
さてと、私とアルフィノはひとまずイシュガルドに行くわ。
Alright then, Alvino and I are going to be going to Ishgard.
ガレマルドに残ってる派遣団からの最新の報告書がアイメリク総長のところにも届いてるんですって。それを見せてもらうの。
Okay, the latest report from the contingent in Garlemald. You know, like has been delivered to like President Imeric. We're gonna like get a look at that from him.
"ついでに防寒具も調達したいところだね。ユルスたちへのお土産も何か探してみよう。
Okay. Now while we're there, we should get some like better cold weather clothes, gear, and some souvenirs for Eurus and everyone else.
みんなはこの後どうする
Some
の？
presents. Get him some stuff. Okay. Alright, what are you all going to do next? I'm gonna go, like, hang out with a bunch of nightmare monstrosities for fun, apparently.
私は定時ドラバニアに行くわ。探している本がグブラ幻想図書館にありそうなの。
Okay, she's gonna be going to Dravania. There's a book that she's looking for in the Gubra library.
ついでに一人暮らしの頑固な老人の様子も見てくるつもりよ。
Hey, fun. And while I'm there, I'll like go check on a certain, you know, stubborn, elderly woman. You know, holed up in a cave out there.
俺たちは当てがある旅じゃないが、ひとまずオールドシャーレアンだな。
We don't really have you know, a destination in mind, but for now, guess we're heading for Old Charlane.
ええ、一度レポリットたちの様子を見ておきたいのです。まだかの地に滞在している者がいるようですので。
Yes, I'd like to, you know, check on the deputy, you know, for a while. Apparently there are still some of them remaining there.
だったら途中までご一緒させてもらえる？私たちはバルデシオン文館に戻る予定なの。
Okay, in that case, do you mind if I come with then? Planning on going back to the Baldessian Annex.
最近来た依頼がいくつか溜まってるらしいからな。まずはそれの確認から始めるつもりだ。
Yeah, apparently like job requests have already been piling up. I'm gonna go through those to start.
エスティニアンはラザハンかい？
Listen, you're going to Razan, right?
ああ。もっともブリトラから肝心の要件は聞いてないからな。そこにとどまるとも限らないが。
I haven't heard anything like, you know, anything incredibly important from Britora yet, so not necessarily going to be staying there for very long.
そうか。となると、皆行く方向
Well, actually, no, that's like, I haven't heard the actual, I haven't heard the details from him. Yeah, in that case, you know, everyone's going different places, so I guess this is goodbye for now.
So の前に一番肝心なことをまだ聞いていないのではなくて
Okay. But we still haven't heard. And we forgot to ask, like, the most important, question. Right? You know, what we're going to be doing. I'm gonna go... Yeah.
あなたはあんたは
Oh, come on. It's all the
君
different...
は今日何をするんだい？
What are you gonna do? What are you doing today? It's like, what are you doing now? The kyo... Nani o surundai. Making it present actually matters a lot for that. Because the whole thing that we were talking about there was, you know, about the present. Simply enjoying life and reality as you are currently able to experience it. You definitely wouldn't say, like, you wouldn't want to say, like, what's next? Or something like that. It's like, what are you doing today? You know, you might even say, like, what are you up to? Final Fantasy XIV is over. How did I like it? It was really good. Apparently there's still a story, but, you know.
いつ訪れようとここは変わらないな。満ちた命は輝き、たゆたう時を生き続ける。
It's like what? Yeah, like, ここは変わらない. No matter when I visit this place, it never changes. But, like, so full of, like, full and gleaming with life. You know, carrying on in the flow of time.
Da ga, kanjiru. 何かがうごめいているような。
I don't like ugomeiteiru. It's like, but I can feel it. Like something writhing or like wriggling.
地の底より深く、星なき夜より暗いところ。あまたの間をつなぐ晩まで。
晩まで. Okay, so if you don't know this one, this is actually the translation of the actual meaning of pandemonium into Japanese, and I believe it's also the kanji used for Chinese, but don't quote me on that. If you don't know, a lot of people, I'm assuming you could get really tripped on this, because this, that bum doesn't, like, this is the kanji for 10,000. So if you read this literal, you could see it as, like, 10,000 demon hall, but it can also just mean myriad, right? Like, You just mean myriad. We got a place like, what, deeper than the, like, depths of the world. Like, darker than the starless sky. Or like, yeah, than the starless night. Ah, what do you do? Like, the problem is that they don't really use demon in the same way in this game. You can't really use the word demon in that same way. Ma here can just refer to, like, you know, evil spirit, right? Whereas in English, if you use the word demon, you're typically referring to, like, an explicit heaven-hell dichotomy with, you know, all the Abrahamic religion associations that come along with it. But considering that they are pulling literally from Paradise Lost to Pandemonium, it's somewhat unavoidable, but I still don't necessarily like using the word demon. Right? I think you would probably say, like, that place where evil gathers, Pandemonium.
何が起きているのか早急に突き止めたいところだが、本格的に動くのは彼女が到来を予言した星との出会いを果たしてからかな。
What do you mean, 彼女there? What, it's like I want to go down there and, like, find out what's happening now, but I suppose I really will need to wait. Like, until that, like, star she predicted will arrive. Who is 彼女 there?
魔の巣窟たるバンマデン、パンデモニウム。共に挑まんとする星とはいかなる存在。
Now you use Pandemonium. Okay, so in the previous one you would say, like, that place where evil gathers. And it's like, what, the den of evil? You know, the lair of evil, Pandemonium. Like, yeah, what manner of being is this, like, star that would confront it alongside me? Or alongside us?
まだ見ぬ君に巡り会えるその時が楽しみだ。
まだ見ぬ君。Ah! Okay. Depending on the way that this goes, you could potentially say something along the lines of, like, I eagerly await the day I finally get to meet the you that I have yet to see. Or something like that. I don't know. Actually.
Main Quest 行月のフィナーレを完了しました。
Wow!
オールドシャーレアンにて新たなるコンテンツを開放するクエストが発生。また、最終、引き続き、たくさんの冒険。
Yay, amazing. The quest is over. Okay, where the hell do I go for Pandemonium? I don't actually know where I'm going. Old Charlene? Makes sense. Okay, let me see. Hey, look at that. Pandemonium. Yeah, I don't know if they actually do this in the English, but thankfully, pretty much for all of these like starter quest chains in the Japanese, they actually have the name of the thing that you're doing in them.
ふふ、ふふふふ、私の推測通り、ここにいればあなたに出会えると思っておりました。週末を払いし、冒険者、オレオ様。
Okay. Yeah, like just as I predicted. Yeah, I knew if I like by like being here, I would eventually get to meet you. You know, the adventurer who like drove away the apocalypse, the legendary.
突然失礼いたします。私の名はネムジジ。IT オン聖書鏡にて星界の観測と研究を行っているクローディエン先生の助手を務めております。
My apologies, I'm Nimujiji, assistant to Professor. Claudian, who observes and researches the Sea of Stars via the Theon. What, like, star, scope, whatever, I don't know. These proper names are a pain in the ass, man. I don't remember what I did for that. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what do you mean? Pin? Okay, in the process of observing the Sea of Stars, we discovered a mysterious, like, article, mysterious artifact. That should be like maybe item, I'm not entirely sure what they're referring to. I was looking for you because we wanted your assistance in this matter.
クローディエン先生はラビリンススのアポリア本部にいらっしゃいます。もしご協力くださいますなら、どうか本部へとお越しください。
And the client, your one requesting your services, Professor Claudian, is that okay? Aporia headquarters, sure. Oh no, we're going into Labyrinthos. Question, how long are we just going to be going around Labyrinthos before we actually do anything related to the actual, Pandemonium thing? It's probably going to be a while, isn't it? Almost no time at all, thank you.
ご足労ありがとうございます。オレオさん、ネムジジさんからお聞きかと思いますが、星界の研究をしているクローディエンと申します。
Okay, thank you for your time. Yeah, I'm Claudian, researcher of stars. I'm going skim mode on some of these like meetings.
史上初となる星界深部への選考を成功させて見せたあなたは私の憧れの存在なんですよ。
Like wow, I really am. It's like wow, I really am. It really is such like an honor to meet you. I'm so excited. I look up to you. I respect you so much. You're the first person in history to successfully, dive into the depths of the Sea of Stars.
急に憧れを語り始めたこちらの先生ですが、これでもシャーレアンの研究者で最も深くまで星界を観測した星界研究の第一人者でございます。
Okay. Alright, this is the, Okay, this line is funny, but it's difficult. It's like... You might say, like, it's a bad habit of his to get ahead of himself, but yes, this is the professor. You don't have flight in Elpis yet? Oh no, do I need it? Oh no. No, but even still, he's the foremost authority on research into the Sea of Stars. I've observed to a greater depth than any other researcher in Charlayan.
オレオさんには遠く及びませんけどね。実際、私では見通せなかった謎を紐解いてもらえないかと、こうして協力を仰いでいるのですから。
You know, I can't hold a handle with them at all, though. I mean, after all, that's why we're asking them to help us, figure this out when, like, we're at our wits' end about it.
かつて私たちは低地ドラバニアに築いた逆さの塔により星の意志ハイデリンと開口し終末の存在を知りました。
In the past, we met the will of the world Heidelin via the inverted tower, and in lowland Trishania, and learned about the existence of the apocalypse.
その後はラビリンソスに研究の場を移し、アイティオン聖書鏡を建設。今日まで星海の観測を続けてきました。星海の深さに比べれば波打ち材程度の範囲ですがね。
Okay. Following that, we moved the site of our research to the Labyrinthos, built this Atheon, telescope. And have continued to research the Sea of the, observe the Sea of the Stars up to this day, though, we've barely scratched the surface of it.
そしてあれは大整理が宣言された頃だったでしょうか。観測中の私たちの前に一つの不可思議な結晶が星海の底より浮かび上がってきたのです。
Okay. And around the time that the, great evacuation was announced, during the course of our observations, a mysterious crystal emerged from, the depths of the Sea of Stars.
結晶のエーテル密度は通常のクリスタルの数倍。しかも驚いたことに人工的に成形された形状をしていました。とても自然に生成されたものとは思えません。
Okay, the etheric density of the crystal is several times that of a ordinary crystal. God. Yeah, and to our surprise, it had a, artificial construction to it, like it was artificially shaped. Therefore, we believe it cannot have been naturally
しか
occurring.
し、私の分析で判明したのは、そこまで。星外への脱出計画を優先せねばならなくなったこともあり、結晶の調査はしばらく棚上げされておりました。
However, that was the extent that we could learn from our analysis, partially because the evacuation plan took precedence. Well, it's partially due to the evacuation plan taking precedence. The investigation into this crystal was shelved.
そして終末の脅威が払われた今こそ改めて結晶の謎に挑みたい。そう考えて私はあなたを探していたのです。
But now that the threat that the apocalypse, what word am I looking for? Posed is past us. We want to attempt to uncover the secrets of this crystal once more. And so we sought your help.
誰よりも深く星海へと潜った機体の冒険者であるあなたに九段の結晶を見ていただき、ご意見をお伺いしたいのです。どんな些細なことでも構いませんから、ぜひ。
Okay, as a singular adventurer who's dived deeper into the Sea of Stars than anyone else, I'd like to have you take a look at this crystal and tell me what you think of it. Any information that you can tell us whatsoever. You know, no matter how, like, trivial surface level plays.
さあ、こちらがその結晶です。
Now, yeah, this is the crystal.
あなたの記憶や知識の中に似たようなものがあれば、どんな些細なことでもどうかお聞かせください。
Yeah, if anything similar to this comes to mind for you, anything that it resembles whatsoever, you know, no matter how, like, tenuous the connection may be, please tell us. It's gonna be the, yeah, okay. Is the top? I mean, yeah, that's pretty much accurate. It's like it's a... The top option is like it is a crystal that contains, like, sealed memories. You know, I know someone who had a similar crystal. I mean, I'm just gonna tell them straight up. Like, yeah, I know exactly what this thing is.
心当たりがあるのですね。もう少し詳しい話をお聞かせいただけませんか?
See, so you are familiar with this. Could you please tell us in a little bit more detail?
「なるほど。アシエンはこのクリスタルを用いることで、転生した魂にかつての座の記憶を継承していた、と。貴重なお話をありがとうございます。
Okay, I see the Asians use these crystals to pass on memories to, like, reincarnated, like, to pass on the memories of those who once held their seats to those who are reincarnated to fill them. That's awkward as shit, but you know what I mean. It's they're specifically, like, apparently you told him fucking everything about, like, the Committee of the 12 and all of that shit. Or the Committee of 14. Was it 14? It was 14. Everything is 14
いや
in
はや、
this.
稀有な結晶だろうとは推測していましたが、ここまでとは予想外でしたよ。
No, I guess this would be like an unusual crystal, but that's a bit outside of like our predictions.
確かに、エーテルの結晶は、記憶を刻む触媒になり得ます。古のジョブの戦技や魔法を伝えるソウルクリスタル、しばしば戦場で発見される、特殊なシャードもしかり。
Yeah, they're doing the very classic bit here of Nemesis is the, like, more serious, it's kind of, like, eccentric one, and then the other guy whose name I immediately have forgotten is more of, like, the loose cannon, right? And it's true that, like, ether crystals can, you know, serve as, like, a catalyst for retaining memories. Yeah, soul crystals get a technique, magic, ancient jobs. Like those shards that
これらの
someone's
サン
on
プルを
on
取り寄せ、比
battlefields.
較する
Okay.
ことで、クリスタルの調査も進展するかもしれませんね。
Okay, so by comparing, like, those to, like, those samples to this, we might be able to make progress in our research, like, in crystal research.
アシエンの記憶、14人委員会の記憶か。
An Ascian's memory. Yeah, memory of the Ascian's memories of the Committee of 14.
だが、彼女が見たというクリスタルには、14人委員会の座を示すシンボルが刻まれていたはず。では、この記憶の持ち主は
Yeah, and now this guy is like actually going into academic mode. Now, the crystal that they said they saw must have... It was engraved with the symbol representing a seat of the Committee of 14. So then, whose memories are sealed within
いや、
this?
それよりも、記憶を残そうとした目的は、そして、なぜ、星海を漂っていたのか。
No, before that, like, what was the purpose of preserving those memories, and why was it floating in the... Like, why was it, floating adrift in the Sea of Stars? He's completely lost in thought. They're gonna have to, like, yell at him or something.
おい、先生、聞こえてますか？
Okay, that is... Yeah, Professor. Hello?
思案するのはいいんですが、お客様の前で独り言を言い続けるのはいかがなものかと。その悪癖を助手である私たちから指摘されるのは何度目ですか？
Okay, so this is the bit that we're gonna be doing this whole time. You know, contemplation is well and good, but... We've told you time and time again, like, about this bad habit of yours to... You know, it's, like, rude to speak to yourself in front of visitors. We've... You know, as your assistants, we've pointed this out to you time and time again.
ああ、申し訳ないです。興味深い疑問に当たると、つい癖で。
Oh, I'm sorry, it's just, you know, when I stumble across something so interesting, I just always end up...
失礼しました。少し、クリスタルに触れてもらえませんか？以前、内部から漏れ出る記憶が聞こえたという、あなたなら、もしかして、今回も。
My apologies, would you mind touching the crystal for a moment? Like, considering you've said that, or like you've experienced, memories like leaking out from them, perhaps this time as well you could, you know, you might be able to ...
この声が聞こえ、どうか、パンデモニウムへと、来て。
If you can hear me, please come to Pandemonium.
この危機、決し、放置してはならない。世界が壊れ、舞う。
And okay, this can't be left alone. The world will be destroyed.
もしや、何か聞こえたのですか？
Wait, did you hear something? Oh. Yes.
パンデモニウム。あいにく、その言葉には聞き覚えがありませんね。古き言葉に当てはめるなら、魔のすべてでしょうか。
Okay, Pandemonium. Unfortunately, I have never, like, heard that word before, but... Like, what, if I were to attempt to, like, He's basically saying, like, translate it from... Like, I guess they're saying Latin effectively here. it would come out to be something along the lines of, like, all evil. You know, I don't know if they're actually going to be using the word demon and stuff here. I still don't know. I'm still on the fence about whether or not you would want to say that. But this Ma, again, is just kind of more generally evil, or like evil spirit, rather than specifically demon. It's a bit more ambiguous. If you just say demon, you're potentially missing out on other meaning. It's probably referring to, like, evil spirit. The ephemeral concept of, like, evil, malice.
ネムジジさん、ルイスのさん、先ほど提案してくださったサンプル集めを至急お願いします。他にどんな記憶が封じられているか突き止めねば。
Okay. Nimujiji, Rijino, I'd like you to, like, accumulate or acquire those samples that you suggested. Yeah, the previously mentioned samples as soon as possible. We need to find out what other memories are sealed away.
そして、オレオさん、どうかもう一つ依頼をさせていただけませんでしょうか。この我々に警告を発している誰かについて。
And I make, yeah, one more request regarding, like, whoever is giving us this warning.
あなたからいただいた情報から推察するに、このクリスタルも古代人により生み出された可能性が高い。
Okay, based on the information that you've given us, I believe that there's a high possibility that, you know, this crystal was created by the ancients or by an ancient.
となると、パンデモニウムなる言葉の調査も世界分断前まで時代を遡る必要があると私は考えます。
Okay, in that case, I believe it's necessary to, you know, investigate or to research the word itself, pandemonium. Okay, wait a second. Oh. Hmm? Okay, yeah, it's like... Yeah, the investigation of the term pandemonium will require, like, investigating the time before the world's separation, the division of the world.
それが可能なのは、ただ一人、異なる世界を経由することで、過去の世界へと渡り、終末の謎を解き明かしてみせた、あなただけ。
And there's only one person capable of doing that. Only you was crossed over to different worlds, to other worlds, who has, like, you know, traveled to the past, you know, and unraveled the mystery of the apocalypse. Or, like, solved the mystery of the apocalypse.
我々も過去と現代を行き来するなど、あまりに信じがたい話だと語り合っていたのですが、そのお顔を見るに、やはり真実なのですね。
It's like we'd been speaking amongst ourselves. You know, how unbelievable the concept was that you had, you know, traveled between the past and the present, but, you know, seeing you now, it really must be true.
再び、第一世界でしたか？そちらを経由し、過去へと赴いてはいただけませんでしょうか？どうか、パンデモニウムとは何か、突き止めてください。
Yeah, like, the first world, was it, right? Like, could you, like, travel via there and go to the past once more, and discover what exactly pandemonium is?
ありがとうございます。そのクリスタルも、 調査の間はあなたにお預けいたします。過去の世界へと赴く過程で、また反応を示すかもしれませんから。
Okay, thank you. We'll leave this crystal in your care during the course of the investigation. Like, as you travel to the past once more, it may react in some way.
"取り寄せられる限りのソウルクリスタルを収集しましょう。そして私の推測によれば、グリーナーに依頼することで、
Okay, they're gonna get all the gleaners and stuff to go to
僕もクローディエム先
various
生のお手伝
battlefield
い
stuff,
に
get
励みます。
crystals.
最初に必要そうな資料を選定して、
Okay, get all the
どう
materials
か
together.
第
These
一
guys
世
have a
界を
fun
経
little
由して
dynamic
過去へ
between
と
them.
赴き、パンデモニウムに迫る危機を突き止めてください。クリスタルも
But I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to do this, but I'm fairly certain we could just... Like, they're not gonna be able to justify us being able just to, you know, immediately teleport back to the past whenever we want. Like, in-universe, they have to come up with some sort of justification, even though I could literally just, like, it's in the teleport list. It's just in the teleport list right here. That's a little bit of a problem with it being an MMO.
I
mean, I guess the Crystal Tower has enough juice to do it again. I guess. This feels very thinly justified, but whatever. If you can hear me. Please come to Pandemonium. Oh, what? The crystal is going to serve as some sort of catalyst to lead you back to the spot that you need to go to? Ow. Did I just, like, literally run into something? And or someone? Hey, it's Elpis again. Full-on toast in mouth. Who is? You're...
Yeah. 雰囲気が似ていたから友人かと思ったのだけれど、どうやら別人らしい。
It's like, it's not just like you look similar, but it's like, you're, it's like you feel so similar to them. I thought you were a friend of mine, a very dear friend of mine, but it seems I was mistaken.
私の名前はテミス。君が彼女の言う星ならばその訪れを待っていたものということになるのかな。
Huh. Temis. Crap, I don't remember what this, if this means something, I don't remember what it means. And my name is Temis. Like, if you're the star she was talking about. Like, and it appears like you're the one I was waiting for. Wait a minute. He says it in a bit of a weird way. I don't really know what to do with that, considering how weird that is.
さて、もう少しちゃんと自己紹介といこう。仮面をつけていないことからも、お察しの通り、私はエルピスのものではない。
Yeah, okay. Now then, let me, like, introduce myself a bit more, properly. Okay, like, as you can, like, guess from the fact that I'm not wearing a mask, I'm, like, not a... Why can I not think of this? Okay, I mean, you just rephrase it to, like, I do not work here in Oedipus.
ある調査のためにエルピスを訪問したんだが、まさか中空に突如として現れた人とぶつかろうとはね。
Okay, I came to visit Elpis to, like, conduct some research. However, I must say I wasn't expecting to suddenly collide with someone who appeared out of thin air.
面白い登場だったけど、さて、君はどこのどなたかな？よくよく見てみれば、人とは異なる性質を持っているようだ。
It's like you have a... It's like that was a rather, interesting, appearance. An interesting entrance, right? It's not talking about, like, your physical appearance, but, like, the way that you showed up. Right? Now then, like, who are you and where are you from? Looking at you closely, you seem to have a different nature than humans. Okay. Your options here are saying, like, I'm a familiar of Azem, or I'm here for... I'm just gonna name drop Azem again.
ふーん、アゼムの。実は、先ほど話した友人というのが彼女なのだが、君のような使い魔を所持していたとは知らなかったよ。
Azem. The, close friend I was referring to before is her, but I wasn't aware of her having a familiar like you.
それにしても、使い魔か、面白い。彼女に使わされたということは、君もパンデモニウムの異変を調査に来たのかな？
In any case, a familiar. How interesting. If she sent you here, then that must mean you also are here to investigate the issues, the abnormalities going on in Pandemonium.
かくいう、私もパンデモニウムを調べに来たんだよ。よければ、君がここへと至った経緯を教えてもらえないかい？
Yeah, I'm also here to investigate Pandemonium. If you don't mind, would you tell me how you got here? Okay. なるほど、おおむね理解できたよ。今の話で、君がどこからエルピスへ来たのかという部分に触れられていなかったのは気になるところだけど。 That's interesting. He's immediately, like, throwing shade here, saying, I see, I understand, more or less. However, I'm slightly interested in the fact that you didn't actually say how you, like, just arrived here in Elphis. Apparently, you dodged that question. He's like, how exactly did you get here? And then you say everything except how exactly you got here. Or, that's less how you got here and, like, where you came from, right? It's interesting how you didn't mention where you came from.
誰でも初対面の相手に話したくない秘密くらいあるだろう。それよりも今は君の言う謎のクリスタルとやらを少し見せてもらえないかい？
I'm sure everyone has, secrets they wouldn't wish to share with someone they've only just met. But, yeah, enough about that. Would you be willing to show me this, mysterious crystal you're talking about?
ふむ、あいにく私も詳しい内容までは見通せないけど、確かに誰かの記憶が封じられているようだ。
Unfortunately, I can't, tell the specifics. Or it's like I can't see, what's inside in detail, but it does appear as though someone's memories are sealed within.
ありがとう。しかし、誰の記憶であれ、警告を発したというのであれば、やはり、パンデモニウムで何かが起きているらしいね。
Thank you. Regardless of whose, memories that may be, that issued the warning, it seems clear that something is going on in Pandemonium.
Pandemonium パンデモニウムは、このエルピスの直下に存在する、ラハブレアインが管理する施設だ。
Okay, Pandemonium exists, directly below Elpis. It's a facility managed by the, La Habrea Institute.
その内部には、世界へ解き放つべきではないと判断された危険な創造生物が研究のために収容されている。
Inside, incredibly dangerous life forms that, should not be released into the world are kept for research.
Words
of La Habrea, that's so fucking lame.
から異様なエーテルが検知されるとともに内部との通信が途絶してしまったんだ。
That's so dumb. The thing is that that really actually cuts into the world building because they've established the various seats of the Committee of 14 as being stations, and so, Edupis, they've got they have, institutes for these various seats. They're not referring to individuals. That's the point, is that everything that they're doing is a whole collective effort. Of course, it's of course, it's very strictly managed. However, just the other day, strange ether was, detected in its vicinity, in the vicinity of the facility, and communication with the, facility itself was cut off.
私は14人委員会絡みの組織の人間でね。今回の事態を受けて調査に向かおうとしていたというわけさ。
Yeah. I'm a member of an organization related to the Committee of 14. And it's interesting that he specifically says ningen. And so, as a response to this incident, I've been tasked with investigating.
そこで一つ提案をさせてもらえないかい？
Hey. Yeah, so then. I have a proposal to make, if that's alright. I don't care about the materia at all. I've never slotted a piece of materia into any equipment, and I
フロー
intend
ディ
to
エンが
never do
パンデ
so.
モニウムの研究を始めたことで、彼の助手や協力者が装備を交換してアポリア本部のミレ
Okay, so you can trade in stuff in the raid series for gear. Okay.
さて、私からの提案はシンプルなものさ。目的地が同じなら、共にパンデモニウムへ向
And
かおう
my
じゃないか。
proposal
一
is
人より
very
二人の
simple.
方が調査の効率も上がるだろう。
Okay, since we're going to the same place, how about we go to Pandemonium together? You know, it's more efficient to work together than it would be to conduct our own investigation separately.
私と一緒なら、パンデモニウムへ入る許可も簡単に得られるはずだ。それに君は、私が待ちわびていた星のようだしね。
I don't like this whole Hoshi thing that they're doing here, but and if you're with and being with me, you should be able to easily get permission to enter Pandemonium. And besides, it appears as though you're the star I've been waiting for so long.
もともと私は同じくパンデモニウムの異変を察知した同僚と二人で調査へ向かおうとしていたんだよ。
Yeah, I was going to investigate Pandemonium with a colleague of mine who had also noticed something
だが、
strange
同僚
going
の
on in
方が
Pandemonium.
渋ってね。
Okay, whatever.
組織の人間が二人も動けば世間の注目を集めるというのさ。そしてこうも言った。
This dude keeps saying ningen specifically. He's not saying shito, he's saying ningen, which is weird. It's making me think that he might be some sort of familiar or non-actual real thing. Nobody makes this specific of a reference to this. My colleague was reluctant. Said that if two humans, the ningen there is again person, kind of. It's weird, but just keep in mind whenever you see ningen there, that's the word for human, which is a bit weird to say. If two of them were to go, it would attract public attention, or undue attention, I guess.
大丈夫。自分に変わる星が君の前に現れるだろうって。
Okay. Yeah, don't worry. A star will appear before you to replace me, or to take my
その
place,
同僚というの
rather.
が君と見間違えた友人さ。彼女の言葉を信じて待ち続けて正解だったよ。
And that colleague is the friend who I mistook you for. I trusted what she said and waited and waited, and it appears I was right to do so.
もっとも空から降ってくるとは思わなかったけれどね。
I don't remember this being in the English. That's definitely something. The human thing or what? Because I don't remember anybody else in Elpis or Amaro using the word ningen like that. Yeah, I mean, he's made it very clear that he's talking about Azen. Though I didn't expect you to fall from the sky, you to fall from the
パンデモ
sky.
ニウムへ入るには、施設を管理しているラハブレアインに許可をもらう必要がある。まずは、アナグノリシス転属園にいる職員のところへ行こう。
Okay, in order to enter Pandemonium, you need to obtain permission from the Lahabrea Institute. Okay. That you can just skip. Oh wait, I mean I can just teleport there, it's gonna be faster. I mean, I would imagine that they probably just do the same thing that they've always done, which is not translate the key points and add in a bunch of random-ass, unfunny jokes constantly. At the cost of actual story information.
エルピスへ向かう前に、最低限の話は通しておいた。すぐに許可が下りる。14人委員会発行の推薦通り、パンデモニウムへの視察希望が2名。1人は随分と変わったエーテルをお持ちのようですな。
Okay, it's like, in accordance with the request issued by the Committee of 14, 2 visitors to, like, authorization for 2 visitors to Pandemonium. And one of you appears to have, quite, unusual ether.
お二人のエーテルをこちらで登録させていただきます。これで以後、パンデモニウムへと至る転移装置の使用はもちろん、施設を囲む結界もあなた方を阻むことはありません。
Alright, I'll be registering your ether now then. Okay, you'll be able to use the teleportation device. Or like teleportation devices to reach Pandemonium. The barrier surrounding the facility will no longer impede you.
ほら、言っただろう。私と一緒なら簡単にパンデモニウムへ入れるって。これで君も私と一緒に調査へと向かえるわけだ。
See, I told you. With me, you can very easily obtain permission to enter Pandemonium. And now we can work together on our investigation.
入るのは結構ですが、内部の創造生物は貴重な実験体。極卒たちの指示をちゃんと聞いてくださいますよう、お願いいたします。
I'm sorry, what? Wait, Gokusol? Oh, wait, yo, that's... Fuck, that's interesting. Hold up. I need to look this up in... that's the actual term from Paradise Lost, isn't it? Fuck. Fuck, I don't actually know this one, but that's not a normal word. Yeah, you have permission to enter, but the created life forms inside are very valuable research subjects. Please follow the... Fuck, what do you do for Gokusol? This is one where I would need to actually look it up. I'm fairly certain this is a specific term. Hold on. I can probably just look this up. So, okay, to explain here, this is like referring to the grunt jailers of hell, right? Let me see if I can find, because this should be like a translation. This has to be used in a translation of something else that I could then reverse engineer what the Japanese translation, you know, for this was. Yeah, I don't actually know. I would really need to look it up. Because the thing is that it's not just, this term isn't just used for, like, you know, Paradise Lost, but it's also used to refer to, like, you know, the torturing evil spirits and stuff in Buddhist depictions of hell as well. You know, or like of what approximates hell. So, I mean, it would probably just be guards, right? Still, but, that's what I'm gonna need to look up between streams. Yeah, you're gonna tilt your head, and they're gonna go... gonna explain what it is.
パンデモニウム内で働く者たちのことさ。随分とまがまがしい呼び名だが、それには理由があってね。
Yeah, that's the term for those who work within Pandemonium. That's a rather, you know, sinister or ominous sounding name, but, well, there's a reason for it.
本来、世界にとって危険である創造生物は処分されるのが決まり。しかしラハブレアインでは、まだ研究価値がある創造生物に限り、パンデモニウムに収容して研究を行っております。
Okay. So, typically, creations dangerous that pose a threat to the world itself or are dangerous to the world are to be disposed of. However, within the La Habrea Institute, the created life forms that still, like, have worth, or, like, that are still deemed worthy of research are housed in Pandemonium for continued study.
当然、そうした創造生物を外部へ逃がすわけにはいきません。極卒は研究員ではなく、創造生物を施設内に縛り付け、厳重に監視を行う番人なのです。
Ah, okay. Yeah, naturally, such created life forms cannot be allowed to escape. Yeah, so these, I guess you would probably just say jailers, are not researchers, they are guards who, you know, like keep these created life forms bound within the facility and monitor them closely.
創造生物にとってパンデモニウムはただの収容施設ではない。極卒により一切の自由を奪われた大監獄なのさ。
Okay. For the created life forms, Pandemonium is not, you know, simply a, like, ただの収容施設? That's not, like, housing or accommodation, it's... Yeah, that's like a specific term, that's a specific term, what do you do? I guess you would say it's not really a containment facility, though, is the problem. Ah, there's a term for this I'm not thinking of. There's a term for this that I'm not thinking of. I guess you would probably just say accommodation, right? Yeah, it is a massive prison where all freedoms are taken away by the jailers. The way that this dude is talking and the fact that he keeps using the term Ningen makes me think that he might be some sort of created life form already. Like, I don't know why he would be talking like this. Internment? Internment facility. That's probably what you're... Yeah, that's probably right. Because it's not necessarily an explicitly negative term, right? Like, but internment is kind of, I don't know. But the fact that he, you know, uses this term and then immediately describes it as, like, the jailers have taken their freedom away from them makes me think this, Temis dude might be some sort of created life form as well.
あなた方も何の調査で向かうのか知りませんが、もし問題を見つけられましたら、すぐにご報告を。一応はラハブレア様に沙汰を仰がねばなりませんので。
I'm not sure what manner of investigation you're going to conduct. However, if you do find anything, please report it at once. What, and then, like, La Habrea, Master, Lord La Habrea? Or it's like we need to receive instructions from La Habrea before we act. Following that.
一応か、現状では問題など何も起きていないという認識なのかい?
Well, actually, that ichio... how do you describe that ichio? Shit. I need to just go further before I could describe that. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of like just in case, right? So it is like, if you find anything, you know, please report it at once, you know, so to like, err on the side of caution, we'll need to ask, like, La Habrea for advice, I think. Okay. Err on the side of caution. At present, do you not think that there's anything going wrong? Like, that there are not any problems at the facility?
極卒たちからは何の報告もありません。多少のエーテル的な揺らぎは観測されていますが、問題あれば、それこそすでにラハブレア様が動いているはずです。
There have been no reports from the jailers, however, some etheric fluctuation has been detected, but if there were a problem, then Lord Master La Habrea should already be at work solving it. Seems like they're putting a lot of faith in La Habrea to do this.
管轄下のパンデモニウムの状況を把握していないはずがないと。
Ah, I see. So then, it appears as though La Habrea would be well aware of anything occurring within Pandemonium then. That seems very pointed. Like, if anything were happening in Pandemonium, then it would be La Habrea's responsibility to be fully aware of it, right? Looks like they know exactly what's going on. Yeah, that's pointed.
あのというあたり、こちらの味方は随分とラハブレア様のことをご存知のようですな。あなた方、もしやラハブレア様に何か縁でも。
Okay. To refer to them as such, it's that Ano La Habrea. Yeah, you would probably say they or something like that, or you might just have them say La Habrea without using any sort of title or whatever. it appears as though you're quite familiar with, you know, Master La Habrea, Sir La Habrea, whatever. That somehow we don't actually know what the best term of address for La Habrea is yet. If you have some sort of connection to La Habrea by any chance? Your options here are... Yeah, I know all about La Habrea. Or, like, we're acquaintances. I'm gonna say, yeah, we're acquainted.
使い魔とおぼしきあなたも、ラハブレア様と対面しているとは、他者と積極的に交流するような見方ではありませんので、かなり稀有な体験をなさっていますね。
Yeah, for a familiar such as yourself to have seen La Habrea in person, he's not... That's rather unexpected. He's not the sort of person to, like, actively, or, like, go out of his way to interact with others. It's a very, you know, rare thing to hear.
ともかく、ラハブレア様は14人委員会に名を連ねる味方。その活動の害となる行動は厳に慎むようお願いいたします。
Really, the key problem here, though, is that we don't, considering that La Habrea did so many fucking body swaps and stuff, we have no idea what La Habrea is actually like originally. As well. You know, it might just be this kid. Also. In any case, La Habrea is a member of the Committee of 14. Yeah, so please refrain from any activities that would, like, from any actions that would run counter to the goals of the Committee of 14 or, like, hamper the goals of the
さあ、
committee.
いよいよパンデモニウムを拝む時が来たよ。天意装置はここから北東の浮島にあるらしい。早速向かおうじゃないか。
Well, actually, no. That was talking about specifically La Habrea's stuff. So saying, like, he's a member of the Committee of 14, so, you know, don't disturb his work, etc. Huh. Yeah, that's not worship, actually. That's... Ogamu means, like, finally witness. Pandemonium. Okay. Let us go. I mean, obviously I'm very suspect of this dude. Oh, I see now why you were saying that this is gonna be... okay. Yeah, if you don't have flying unlocked, yeah. You don't have flying unlocked, you gotta go the long way around. I genuinely can think of nothing I despise more in this game than unlocking flying in zones. I would rather do any other activity. Just unlock flying once you finish the expansion. Like, just follow the ARR pattern. It was perfect. You finished the expansion, you do the finale quest, flying is unlocked in the zones. That's it. There is no need for this per zone bullshit. feel like this is a situation where, though, if I remembered... I feel like this name has gotta be something that I'm forgetting. No, we're good. Like, this name has to be something that I'm forgetting, though. Like... MSQ. I'm so bad with names, man. This does not ring a bell. I'm really surprised that the thing actually aggroed on me. I thought being like 10 levels above meant that they don't aggro on you anymore. It's not meant to be a secret. Yeah, the problem is that I'm not actually completely familiar. I mean, it kind of sounded like Elizabeth, but... not fully? And considering the stature... I mean, if I had to guess, anybody would be Elizabeth, but... not 100%. Anyway.
これが転送値だね。しかし、君もラハブレアと面識があったとは、ますます君に興味が湧いてきたよ。
Parents realized I wasn't aware that you were acquainted with La Habrea. And you're just getting more and more interesting,
でも、
aren't you?
先ほど言った通り、今はまだお互いこれ以上の詮索は止めておくとしよ
う。Okay, but yeah, as I said earlier, let's hold back on prying too deeply into each other's business.
時が来れば、私たちはもっと理解し合えるはずさ。この出会いが運命なのなら、ね。
Yeah, that's ominous. Yeah, I'm sure when the time comes, we'll, come to understand each other better. If this encounter of ours truly is fate, that is.
今はパンデモニウムへ。私も実際に足を踏み入れるのは初めてなんだ。さあ、いざ。
Okay. Now then, to Pandemonium. It's my first time setting foot there. So, let's be off. Yeah, we just kind of made this place look horrible and evil. That's like... This really is like, oh... You might say like, oh, it's worse than I thought.
あの職員があまりにものんきな態度だったものだから、実は何事も起きていないのではないかと少し期待していたが、悪い方の予測が当たったようだ。
Okay. Yeah, the member of staff was so carefree that I had actually begun to start to hope that nothing had happened here, but it seems it's as I truly feared. It's like, it seems like the worst has come to pass, or something like that.
ここがどれほど厳重に封じられているかわかるかい？周囲の鎖をはじめ、目に見えるものの多くが、それぞれ強力な結界を構成している。
Do you understand just how tightly sealed away this place is? Many of the things you could see, including the chains, form a series of powerful barriers.
さすがは、ガハブレアイン、惚れ惚れするほど見事な結界、と言いたいが、それも完璧ではなかったらしい。
Huh. Yeah, like truly phenomenal work by the La Habre Institute. You know, so wonderful it would take your breath away. You know, or so I would like to say, but it appears as though it's not quite so flawless.
まだ
Or it's not
目に見えるほどの
actually
変化は起きてい
flawless.
ないが、パンデモニウムに何者かが干渉している。
Huh. Now, although there are no, like, visible changes as of yet, something, like, is manipulating or interfering with Pandemonium.
そして、その何者かは、周囲の結界を内側から剥ぎ取ろうとしているようだ。
Huh. And it seems that that something or someone is attempting to, like, tear away those barriers from within? Like, from the inside out?
Ah, 今すぐ創造生物が逃げ出すような事態にはならないよ。到着して、すぐに、結界を強化する術を発動させたから。
No need to worry, there's no chance of the created life forms escaping presently. Immediately after we arrived, Oh, okay, it just says, like, activated a spell to strengthen the barriers?
結界への攻撃を完全に無効化するのは無理でも、侵食の速度を遅らせることには、成功した。それで、問題が解決したわけでもないけれどね。
Okay, although I wasn't able to completely nullify the attacks upon the barrier, I was successful in slowing down the speed of... That really is just like erosion. You'd probably say corrosion, corruption, maybe. But that doesn't solve the fundamental problem.
状況を整理しよう。まず第一に、私たちの疑念は、現実のものとなった。パンデモニウムでは、確かに何らかの事件が起きている。
First, let's take stock of the situation. And firstly, our worst fears or our suspicions were turned out to be true. Something is happening to Pandemonium. Well, that's happening in Pandemonium, rather.
そして同代、この静けさは、パンデモニウムを厳重に管理している極卒の姿なんて影も形もないじゃないか。
And what's more, this silence. There's not a single trace of any of the jailers, and overseeing, like, their strict control of Pandemonium.
極卒から状況を聞きたいところだが、まずは彼らを探すところから始めねばならないようだ。
I'd like to hear from the, jailers as to what's going on first and foremost. However, it appears we'll have to find them. Or it appears we'll have to find one.
これだけでも大概な状況だけれど、もう一つ君に伝えておかなければならないことがある。
And that more or less covers things, but there's something else I need to tell you.
結界を強化する術を発動させたと言ったろう。少しでも術を緩めると侵食が加速しそうな勢いでね。実は今も魔力を消耗し続けている状態なんだ。
I mentioned that I said that I activated a spell to strengthen the barrier. If I were to loosen my concentration or my grip on that for even a second, the erosion would accelerate. As such, and my magic is being constantly depleted.
つまり、結界への攻撃者や収監されている創造生物たちと、もし戦闘になっても、私が相手をするのが難しくなってしまった。
Yeah, in other words, if I were to enter direct combat with the with the attacker, the assailant, or any of the created life forms. Yeah, and it actually says, like, imprisoned. Yeah, imprisoned created life forms. It would be quite difficult for me to deal with them. He keeps using very severe language for these, which leads me to think that there's something up. I don't think many other people in Elpis would use the term imprisoned. Or like deprived of their
突然こんなことを
freedom.
言われて、君が驚くのも無理はない。私も途方に暮れていたよ。もし一人だったらね。
And it's only natural that you would be shocked to hear this. You know, I would be as well, if I were alone, that was.
大変申し訳ないのだが、パンデモニウム内で平和的解決が望めなかった時は、君の力を当てにさせてもらえないだろうか?
Okay. I'm terribly sorry, but if we can't settle things in Pandemonium peacefully, would you be willing to, would you be willing to help? Like, yeah, are you going to fight? This is a raid series. Okay.
即答とは頼もしいよ。とはいえ、私も全くの役立たずというわけではない。君を支援する魔法くらいは使えるはずだ。
Thank you for your understanding, but it's not as though I'm completely useless, so I'll be able to, use my magic to support you.
創造魔法による支援さ、そうだね。君の存在を核に、君と共に戦う幻影を想像するとしよう。
Okay, I don't feel like you really specifically needed to justify this, but okay, sure, whatever. I can support you through the utilization of creation magic. Yes. What, like, I'll create a, like, illusory... It's not necessarily copies of you. Or it's like I'll create illusions, like, based on you to fight along your side.
そう、数は7人ほどでどうだろうか。
Okay, it's 7 of them. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
大きな助けになってくれるに違い。
Yeah, sure. That's
よし、
justification for
それではいよい
this.
よ突入といこう。何が待ち受けるかもわからぬまんまでん、パンデモニウムに。
Okay. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, hey, Temis, why did you used me as a basis here, and the thing that you made is a Lalafell in a frog suit? It's a shirtless Hrothgar man. What are you doing there, buddy? You want to talk about something? Whoa. Okay, question. Do we actually have time to do this? First one. Do we even have enough people to get a decent queue time? Okay. No, not Contents Finder. Where is... Oh god, I don't remember how to make this shit at all, man. Okay, so it would probably be this, and then... Yeah, I mean, I can just set this up. This should be about it, right? Okay. as is tradition established by patch. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick while we're setting up the party finder and everything. Join if you would like. Man, my brain is fried right now, so this is going to be scuffed. Be right back. I've returned. Oh, god damn it. So. Once studio mode on OBS, and I completely forgot to actually hit the transition button for this. So that's wonderful. Anyway. Okay. We think we're good to just queue up now? Or can we actually get 2 more? We can probably just queue up, right? Oh wait, okay. Hold up. If I hit that, yes, then that does it. No, we are not doing minimum eye level, no, yeah, no. Okay, also, by the way, I don't know what these are called in English, but that's interesting. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's Pandemonium Limbo 1. Yeah, the first chapter of this is Limbo. That's sick. Asphalodios? That's not what it... What the hell is... is that actually, like, the... No. Yeah, no, that's not, like... I don't think that that's even remotely close to accurate for this, no. Oh, Asphadelos. Yeah, no. Don't think so. That probably should just be Limbo. To kind of fit in with the, like, Paradise Lost and Circles of Health thing. Oh, okay. All we need is 2 DPS. Yeah, nah, my... As you might be able to tell, my brain's kind of fried right now. I'm running on fumes, so... Don't expect much.
まさにまんまでん。何が待ち受けているのかは私にもわからない。戦闘になることも覚悟して。
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, Matt Reese is there. It's, I can't even remember the term for it. Like, for... It's like, what, quad? Penta, whatever legend, done all of the hardest difficulty shit. I don't think anybody's beating him on aggro. I can never remember the term for it. And dude has won Final Fantasy XIV. I would like to see you try. Oh god. Okay, so I need to remember what Liturgy of the Bell even does. Okay. Get it all. Okay. Okay. So it's like when you take damage, it heals in a vicinity, so it's just kind of like a fire and forget? Once it wears off, it heals for the rest of the stacks. So wait, why can you... What's the reactivation? Oh shit. Well, we're not gonna get to find out. Oh, okay, so you can burn the rest of the stacks. Okay. To get a lowered... effect. So it's like if it's like a panic thing, right? Man, like I think saw solid 95%. Oh wait a second, it's that guy. That's like the exact same model. I mean, I'll protect, I'll save everyone. It looks like one of the jailers of Pandemonium. Seems he's lost his mind. We need to calm him down first. Oh shit! We're just going right into it. But yeah, 95% of my white mage experience was before starting the series. I got the class up to like level 90 or something, basically doing nothing but level 50 and 60 roulettes. Oh shit, what was that name? Ericotonios. Something? Ericotonios.
守る、救う、俺がやらないと。 俺が貴様を倒す。俺の鎖から逃れられると思うな。
Ah, shit, I accidentally doubled up on that. Okay, left spin, right spin, left spin, right spin, okay. I'm just gonna assume that this is raid damage. It was.
まずは貴様からだ。もっともっと鎖を。
All right. I mean, this seems fairly standard for so far. Okay, this is no longer standard. Wait, what? Oh, we have to like assemble it with the same number of people in each one of the things? Wait, did I do that wrong or did everybody else do that wrong? I have no idea. Oh, okay, middle is immediate death. I see. I didn't even actually see which thing I had on me. Okay. I have no idea what the fuck just happened. I'm just gonna throw down liturgy. And when I just did not have time to actually parse whatsoever. Okay. Flame? Something? Oh god. It's like light and fire. Okay, so it's doing fire, so I want to stand on light? Right? Okay. Now it's doing light, so you want to stand on fire. There we go. Oh, nope, stand on... Yep, you stand on fire still. No? Oh, that was... Oh, it was doubling up with the... Oh, okay, I see. Okay. There. I didn't actually see the chain swinging. My brain is fried, that's it. Okay. I saw maybe a fourth of the fight. I do not care. I ain't here for the combat, man. Oh, I don't want any of this shit. Don't let me get stuck with it. Thank you, everybody. That is probably going to be, yeah, I gotta piece out too. Like, well, I mean, I'm gonna do the rest of this quest, but I'm not gonna do the next fight. Okay, good work. Yeah, it seems like the illusions I created fought well. Glad you were able to win. Yeah, that, like, Jenga stack thing, I have no idea what happened, actually. I thought it was like, oh, you have to put in everybody with the right color combination of things. But evidently that was not. You have to flip elements. But it was like there was a stack of 2 blue, 1 red. And then a stack of like triple blue. Did I have 3 things floating over on top of me, or no? 'Cause all I saw on me was ice. Does that mean I was supposed to go to triple fire? I have no idea. You just stand in the opposite color, but the Jenga things had multiple different types of colors on them. Okay, so I was supposed to just go to triple red. And the mixed ones are just pure don't go there. No? Opposite color of the bottom of the pillar. No, I assumed that it was going to be a stack mechanic. You know, like, there's 1 red, 2 blue, and so you gotta put in 1 red and 2 blue into the thing. I didn't think it would pull from the bottom. Alright, looks like he's waking up. It's too much math for normal mode? Well, I thought that they were doing something more interesting. You have to think more frog braid. But when they've done... Like, I saw 3 orbs on people, right? And so I was like, oh, there's 3 on each of these things, so maybe you gotta, like, you know, do something with the 3s. But it's like sometimes they make you go opposite, sometimes they make you go the same.
そんな俺はなんてことを
I do not like MMO combat, man. Yeah, what was I?
俺のやってしまったことは理解できた。焦燥に駆られた状態で一人正気を失い、結果あんたたち無関係の相手に襲いかかって。
Yeah, I understand what I've done. I mean, it's the same dude. Like, it's the exact same character model as the researcher guy. Right? This is like in my impatience. Or like in my... like fear, maybe? You know, I lost my sense of sanity, lost myself. And I attacked all of you, who had nothing to do with all of this.
本当にすまなかった。それと、ありがとう。おかげで、冷静さを
Oh, no,
取り
yeah, I
戻
think
す
the
こと
hair
が
is
で
going
きた。
in a side direction. Yeah, I'm very sorry, and thank you. I mean, I don't know if it's supposed to be, like, a spoiler. I think it's probably just supposed to be something you can pick up on, that this guy looks exactly like the other dude. Thanks to you, I was able to, like, yeah, regain my sanity. You know, regain my
俺は
composure.
極卒のエリクトニオス。パンデモニウムは施設の大部分を地下に構えているんだが、その中でも一番地上に近い階層、 天国を持ち場としている。
Tonios. Yeah, jailer. Most of Pandemonium's facilities are deep underground, but it's the layer closest to the or highest up here is, Limbo. It's like the station, so they are just going like, yeah, this is Limbo.
君がなぜあんなに取り乱していたのか、パンデモニウムで何が起きているのか教えてくれるかい？
What's got you so distressed? Can you tell us about anything that's happening in Pandemonium?
天国に収監していた創造生物たちがいきなり檻の外に出て暴れ始めたんだ。
The created life forms imprisoned in limbo. Well, actually, no, yeah, he says imprisoned in limbo. That suddenly, burst from their cages and began running wild.
それは穏やかじゃないね。過去にそういった脱走騒ぎは？
Now, that's definitely not business as usual. Have there been any other instances of creatures escaping in the past?
パンデモニウム各層には極卒長と呼ばれる管理者がいる。彼らが施設を厳格に取り仕切っているからな。こんな事態は設立以来
I don't know if
初
you
め
would
て
go
の
with
ことだ。
warden here. I don't think you would say warden here necessarily because it's not standard guards, right? Fuck, this is a case where I would have to go and actually read Paradise Lost. Or I think that they're mixing Paradise Lost and Dante's Inferno here, just your standard Circles of Hell sort of thing. For now, I'm going to say Warden, but I don't like that. In each layer of Pandemonium, there's an administrator called the Warden. They're in strict control of the facility. This is the first time that something like this has happened since Pandemonium's establishment.
俺も仲間たちと必死に対処しようとしたんだが、混乱の中、気がついた時にはもう一人きりだった。
I was desperately attempting to deal with the situation, with my fellow jailers, but by the time I, in the midst of the chaos, before I noticed I was all alone.
そのうち何かに囁かれているような気がしてきて、いつの間にか転身までして手当たり次第に攻撃を。
Yeah, eventually I felt like, something was whispering to me, whispering in my ear, and before I knew it, I was going as far as to transform and attack others at random.
ふむ、何者かによって精神に作用する魔法をかけられた可能性が考えられるね。仲間と分断されたのもその攻撃の影響かもしれない。
Seems as though something placed a spell on you that affected your mind. Your being separated from your fellow jailers may also be the result of that.
あんたたちが来たということは外でも。
Crap. I accidentally skipped that line. Okay, for you to be here.
なんてことだ。パンデモニウムに攻撃を加えている者がいるなんて。
Yeah, it's the fact that you're here means that there are people outside, outside of the facility who are aware of what's going on. If you know anything that I don't, please tell me. I can't believe it. There's something attacking Pandemonium.
内部の様子から鑑みるに、攻撃を仕掛けているのは、創造生物を解き放った者と、同一人物だろう。その正体となると、まだ見当もつかないが。
Judging from the situation, the person or thing attacking Pandemonium is most likely the same thing, person. I mean, it's person. Nah, it could be either, released the created life forms. As for its true identity, that's still beyond me to say. Oh shit, he might have an idea.
テミス、だったな。14人委員会に連なる、組織のものだと言っていたが、この事態を委員会が知ったら、どう行動すると思う？
You said your name was Temis, right? You said you're, like, representing a organization connected, affiliated with the Committee of 14. What do you think the committee would do if they knew about what was going on here?
そうなれば彼らは、ここはもう終わった場所だと、パンデモニウムそのものを封鎖するだろうね。最悪の場合、施設ごと消滅させることも。
Yeah, this is sort of a thing. I believe in that if that were to happen, they would most likely seal away. Well, Fusa? It was like, yeah, blockade or like, block off Pandemonium itself, declaring the entire area already finished. Like a lost cause. Worst case scenario, they would annihilate the entire facility.
そうだよな。結界が破られれば、危険な創造生物が、外の世界に出てしまう。その可能性を知って、ためらうこともないか。
Yeah, you're right. If the barrier were to be broken, then dangerous created life forms would be, released into the world. And knowing that risk, you wouldn't hesitate, huh? Well, it's like, I guess you really couldn't, you can't afford to hesitate.
なら、急がないと。事態を公にしても誰も救えないというのなら、俺自身がパンデモニウムに戻り、みんなを助け出す。
Okay, in that case, we need to hurry. Okay, if I won't be able to, if I can't save anyone by, like, making this public, then I'll go into Pandemonium myself and, save everybody. As many as I can.
驚いた。君は単身、仲間たちを救い出そうというのかい？
I'm surprised. Ah, how surprising. So you're saying you would... Are you really going to try to go, rescue them all by yourself?
中にいる極卒たちが消滅を受け入れるというのなら、それも仕方ないだろ
う。Yeah, if the, jailers inside are willing to accept annihilation, well, then so be it.
だが、俺が最後に見たみんなはまだ諦めてなかった。誰も傷つかないようにお互いを守りながら必死で創造生物たちを元の状態に戻そうとしていた。
Yeah, but last time I saw them, they hadn't given up just yet. They were desperately trying to yeah, like get the created life forms back to their original states. While, like, protecting one another. Trying to make sure nobody got hurt.
俺もまだ諦めない。だから、テミス、どうか俺を信じて、 14人委員会への報告を待ってはくれないか？
And so, I'm not giving up just yet, so please, Amos, could you find it in yourself to trust me and put off, giving a report to the Committee of 14?
あいにく、先ほどの戦闘を見る限り、内部の創造生物に対抗しうる力を、君が持つとは思えない。信じようにも、信じるだけの根拠が足りないな。
Unfortunately, judging by the fight I just saw, I don't think you have the strength to stand up against the created life forms within. Even if I wanted to trust you with it, there's just not enough reason to trust you.
だが、パンデモニウムの調査が私の使命である以上、内部の様子も見ずとんぼ返りするのも、少数な判断と言える。戦闘は覚悟の上ではあったが、さて、どうしたものか？
Okay, since it is my mission, my duty to investigate Pandemonium, turning around now without even seeing what's inside would be, it's like giving up a bit too early. I came here, ready and willing for it to be a fight. So, what should we do? Or it's like, you came here ready for a
ふ
fight.
ふ、ふふふふ、やっぱり君は、そう答えるか。
I knew that's what you'd say.
まったく、本当に君は面白い。それに妙なところで、私の友人そっくりなことをする。
You really are interesting. That 妙なところで. Damn, okay. That's like, I guess you would say, like, in the strangest ways, you really do things just like, that friend of mine.
ああ、もちろん私も賛成だよ。まだ、裁定を下すべき段階ではないからね。
Of course, I'm on board as well. We're not at the point just yet to, like, pass down judgment.
なあ、あんたたち、一体何を？
Wait, the itai nanyo here is like, what exactly are you two? This is like, what are you up to? And also like, wait, what the
パン
fuck?
デモニウムの結界も、まだ持ちこたえられる。だとすれば、今すべきことは、すべて、君と彼女が示してくれただろう？
Okay, Pandemonium, the barrier for Pandemonium can still hold on. Yeah, in that case, what we're... He's just saying, like, like, what we need to do. We're gonna go do the thing. We're gonna go try and save everybody.
俺を、俺の、そして、パンデモニウムのみんなのために、本当に、ありがとう。
For me and everybody in Pandemonium, really, thank you.
内部の状況を知る者が仲間にいるのは、こちらも頼もしいよ。ふふふ、だいぶ奇妙な3人組になったけれどね。
Having somebody with us who's familiar with the situation inside would be quite the help. This is quite a strange trio, though, isn't it? It's like we make a strange trio.
さあ、具体的な救助の作戦を立てるとしよう。まずは、パンデモニウムの門前まで近づいてみるとしようか。エリクトニオスに続く脱出者がいないとも限らないしね。
Okay, let's try to develop a more specific rescue operation. Okay, let's go to the gates. You know, there's no guarantee that there won't be any others like you escaping. Oh, okay. Well, that was fun. We have actually gotten through 6.0 and have now actually begun Pandemonium. Uh-oh. Oh, no. It's like, yeah, things lurking in the water. Man, that's like the one water beast from Penumbra, right? Gotta jump on the boxes and shit. Is that what's going on here? We're doing a bunch of horror things. In any case, this is very cool, but my brain is completely fried. So I will be going now. Thank you all for showing up. More Pandemonium next time. Peace. Whoa. Crazy. Alright, see ya. I don't have anything else to say. Bye.